Good morning, Peter.
Good morning, Councillor Fortini. You're coming through loud and clear. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's Committee of Council meeting. We will begin with the City Clerk calling the roll call. We have a stacked agenda today, so we're going to try to be as efficient and effective as possible. Mr. Clerk, over to you.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence in today's meeting. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon, I do not see online at the moment. Councillor Singh is present. Councillor Fortini.
Good morning, I'm here.
Councillor Medeiros is present. Councillor Bowman. Present. Councillor Paleshi. Present. Councillor Willens. Present. Councillor Visante. Present. Mayor Brown. Present. Chair Santos is present. There are 9 members present.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Our next item is approval of the agenda. Do any members have any items to add or provide any changes regarding the agenda today? I see no names on my board and no names on the screen. Mr. Clerk, over to you.
Chair Santos, just to advise committee, there were 61 added delegations as part of the revised agenda yesterday regarding the municipal fireworks item. There is a 62nd delegation, Maninder Bhatti, who will be added to the list as well. And in regards to item 6.2 on today's agenda, the International Student Experience Steering Committee, there is a revised presentation that the clerk's office has received, and we'll publish it online after the meeting, but it'll be shown in the presentation today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. So just a reminder for folks, there are 62 delegations registered and listed today. We are going to do our very best to make sure that we get through the meeting as quickly as possible. I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve today's agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Paleshi, go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I don't have anything to add, but I have been talking to some of our fellow colleagues, and there seems to be a consensus to maybe possibly entertain a referral for the fireworks to back to staff for more consultation. So I just wanted to get that out there. Nothing to add, but I wanted to let the delegations know that that's what the consensus seems to be.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi, and I have overheard some of those conversations as well, that perhaps a referral may be coming forward regarding that report. And so, again, a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve today's agenda. Anyone opposed? Thank you, that motion carries. The next item is declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest on any agenda items today? No names on the board or on my screen, and the clerk will so note in the meeting minutes. The next item is the consent motion, and we have a process where I will be reading each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verify, verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. 8.2.2, staff report, budget amendment and request to begin procurement, Century Gardens change rooms renovations. In consent. Staff report 8.2.6, staff report regarding Nurturing Neighborhoods 2021 program update. Any questions there? Nope. That is in consent. Staff report, request for budget amendment, developer reimbursement for parkland over dedication for a neighborhood park, Ward 6. Consent. 8.3.1, minutes, Brampton Sports Hall of Fame Committee. Consent. 9.2.1, staff report, transaction report executed by Administrative Authority January 1st, 2021 to May 31st, 2022. Consent. 9.2.3, staff report, 2022 municipal election testing and certification of voting technology. Consent. 9.2.4, staff report, proposed adoption of the new property standards bylaw. Consent. 9.2.6, staff report, AMPS expansion and provincial offenses court modernization recommendations. Consent. 10.2.1, staff report, welcoming streets pilot program. Consent. 11.2.1, staff report, land tax apportionments. Consent. 11.2.2, staff report, 2022 levy bylaw per section 323 of the Municipal Act 2001.
Hold, please.
That is on hold. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Staff 11.2.3, staff report 2020. Thank you very much, Councillors. Okay, thank you. 11.2.4, staff report flag policy update. Consent. 11.2.5, staff. Thank you very much, Councillor Singh. 11.2.5 is on hold. 11.2.6, staff report City of Brampton event space. Consent. 11.2.7, staff report culture master plan phase 1. Thank you. Councillor Bowman. 11.4.1, correspondence from Donna Fagan, Pascal, Chair, and Todd Lett, CEO. Consent. 12.2.1, staff report, Brampton Transit Inter-Regional Fare and Service Integration Initiative. Consent. 12.2.2, staff report, traffic bylaw administrative update. Consent. 12.2.3, staff report, parking related concerns. Consent. 12.2.4, staff report, enhancement of Williams Parkway.
Hold, please.
Okay, Councillor Bowman. 12.2.5, staff report, request to begin procurement, hiring a general contractor for the building of an additional and interior renovation. It's for the curling club and tennis facility. Consent. 12.2.6, staff report, request to begin procurement for environmental and geotechnical consulting services for a 3-year period. Consent. 12.2.7, staff report, Riverwalk update and urban design master plan. Any holds there? I'd like to hold that one, please. 12.2.8, staff report regarding the budget amendment, Gore Meadows, Peel Regional Police Satellite Office. Consent. 12.3.2, minutes, Brampton School Traffic Safety Council. Consent. 12.4.1, correspondence from Jason Cole, President, Municipal Engineers Association. Consent. 15.1, open meeting exception under section 2392C and K of the Municipal Act. Consent. 15.2, open meeting exception under section 2392A F and K of the Municipal Act 2001. Consent. 15.3, open meeting exception under section 2392C of the Municipal Act 2001.
Hold that just a moment.
Councillor Bowman is holding 15.3, and the clerk will now summarize all the consent items. We did very well today, everyone. Mr. Clerk. Oh, Councillor Singh.
12.2.1, sorry, I didn't.
12.2.1 is being held by Councillor Singh. Thank you, Councillor Singh.
So through you, Chair Santos, to committee, for simplicity, I'll just review the items that are held with the balance as cited to be added to the consent motion. 11.2.2, held by Councillor Bowman. Staff report 2022 levy bylaw and per sections 323 of the Municipal Act. 11.2.3, held by Councillor Singh. Staff report regarding 2021 corporate asset management plan. 11.2.5, held by Councillor Singh. A staff report regarding the Advanced Brampton Fund 2023 program framework. 11.2.6, held by Councillor Bowman, a staff report regarding the Culture Master Plan, Phase 1 update, 2018 to 2022.
That's 11.2.7, Mr. Clerk.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, 11.2.7.
Okay.
My apologies. 12.2.1, held by Councillor Singh, staff report regarding Brampton Transit Interregional Fare and Service Integration Initiative update. 12.2.4, held by Councillor Bowman, staff report regarding enhancement of the Williams Parkway, including themes and other options, McLaughlin Road to Dixie Road. 12.2.7, held by Chair Santos, staff report regarding Riverwalk update and urban design master plan. And then finally, under closed session, 15.3, held by Councillor Bowman, open meeting exception under section 239 2C of the Municipal Act of proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If I may hold the Nurturing Neighborhoods report as well. I think I passed it. 8.2.6, thank you.
So through you, Chair Santos, in accordance with the council procedure, a recorded vote is required, excuse me, for the consent motion. All in favor or opposed of the consent motion, please indicate. Councillor Dillon, who I still do not see is present at the meeting. Councillor Singh. Yes. It's a yes. Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Willens.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
It's a yes. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
It's a yes. Chair Santos.
Yes.
It's a yes. That carries unanimously, 9-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Our next item is item 5.1, announcement regarding the Ride for Raja 2022 Peel Children Aid Foundation on Sunday, June 26th from 9 to 2 p.m. And we have Navdeep Gill, founder, and Anita Tour Dillon, VP, and the Mandeep Singh Chima Charitable Foundation to present today's announcement. Welcome, Navdeep and Anita. You have 2 minutes for your announcement today.
Chair, they've asked for some additional minutes. I'd like to move that.
Okay, so move for extra time for this announcement. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Respectful Honorary Mayor Patrick Brown, all the council members, and my Regional Councillor Michael Plashy for inviting us there, and all the attendees who are here, the respectful members of Brampton City. We would like to tell something about Mandeep Singh Chima Charitable Foundation. It started when we lost my dear brother, younger brother, who was 38 on September 16, 2012. As we all know, the family went in grief, deep grief, but we wanted to celebrate the beautiful life, the beautiful memories he left with us. So we thought that if you want to keep somebody's memory alive, you keep their thinking alive. Mandeep was very giving, very helpful, and we thought, what other way we can keep his thinking alive than giving back to community? So we thought that we will help the youth in Peel who was being raised with foster parents, and when they need to go to university and school, after school programs, they always need help. So we thought that whatever funds we will raise, we will give it to them for their higher education or any after school programs that are not funded by government. And we have been so thankful in the past because the youth in Peel gets help from us. So we are so thankful for the ongoing support from City of Brampton, City of Mississauga, and City of Caledon. But we have special heart for Mayor Brown when in 2019 he surprised us with a street name after my brother, Raja Street. So we are very thankful for that. And it was very touching when Mayor Brown announced that Raja lived with you for 38 years and he's going to live forever in Brampton. It means so much to us, and now Councillor Harkirat is working on it. It's approved, and soon we all can see it in Brampton. Thank you very much. It really means a lot to us.
Thank you so much. Oh,
Thank you. My name is Anita Dillon. I'm the Vice President of Mandeep Singh Timbuk Charitable Foundation. And I apologize, but I have a special guest with me today. We started this foundation out of grief, and it's become a labor of love. It's all about family. It's one family trying to help other families out there in our community, and we chose Peel Children's Aid Foundation because Peel is our home, and we wanted to try to make a difference in people and families that we could see. To date, we've raised over $245,000, and our goal for this year is to raise $100,000 because this year is our 10-year anniversary. And we really wanted to get some help from everybody to try to get the word out. We have a PDF flyer that maybe everybody could post on their, or whoever would like to could post on their social media, because that's what we need the most. We need support from our community so we can help more in our community. And we just wanted to say thank you for giving us the time to, to speak to you guys today. And I think after 10 years, I finally learned that I'm not going to melt if I speak in front of people. So thank you for listening, and have a great day.
thank you so much, Navdeep and Anita. And Councillor Paleshi would like to respond to your announcement today. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is a truly great event that keeps the legacy of Raja alive, and I'll be honored to be a part of it. I'll be bringing my bike, just to let anybody know. It's a two-seater, so if anybody wants to ride on the back, let me know. I do have an extra helmet as well, so if Mayor Brown would like to jump on the back, absolutely. I even have a jacket for you, Mayor Brown. So I do want to let everybody know that this is such a great cause for Peel Children's Aid, and if there's any opportunity that you can donate to the society and through the Ride for Raja, I ask you to do so. And if we can ask you to just come back up to the podium one more time and let us know, let us know again how we can. We'll ask you to send us the brochure. You've sent it to me, and I'll get it out on social media. But if you can send it to maybe all members of council.
And as you said, we always need funds. We can use your help. You can volunteer with us physically. You can join the ride financially by donating, and show a big heart when you are donating. I will send the link to Anjan if you can share, and every little bit helps, because no act of kindness ever goes wasted. So please show a big heart, and then you can send us blessings. So always you can help us. Either way, they are all needed.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
Members of council, I'll make sure I get the
Thank
link
you.
out to each and every one of your offices.
He
Thank
said
you.
thank you.
Say thank you. Say thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Brown, also a couple of words.
Councillor Santos, I just want to say, in the midst of unfathomable tragedy, you have turned tragedy and pain and loss into something beautiful. And the fact that you have done this annual event to honor Raja's legacy by supporting worthy causes in our community, I think speaks and reflects the beautiful heart that Raja had. And I've had the chance to go to the ride every year, and I have to say that outpouring there is, the attendance from the community shows the high regard that our city has for Raja and his legacy. I think the first time I went, I was actually in the provincial level, and learning about his legacy and what he meant to everyone was just beautiful to hear. And so when we had the presentation of the street sign, I said that he meant the world to everyone for 38 years, but now he's, that legacy is going to endure forever. But I want to thank you for the effort you put into this. To organize a massive event is not is not easy. And for anyone who hasn't been for a ride for Raja, hundreds come out. It is an example of Brampton at its best, where we rally together to support someone who radiated such a level of decency and generosity. Councillor Paleshi, I will not be joining you on the back of your bike. I think it's more appropriate for that to be maybe something you do with your ward partner, Councillor Willens. But I will be there. I never miss this event, and I will be there to support your efforts, and just thank you for never forgetting what Raja meant to you. And you know, it's just a beautiful embodiment of love to honor his legacy, and we'll be there to support you.
Thank you. And final comments, which I will allow from Councillor Singh, because this is such a moving story and moment.
Yeah, and I think my peers have said a lot of the relevant things, but you know, the Mandeep Singh Chima Charitable Foundation has had such a critical impact to the community, has created a culture of giving back, which is, I think, a great accomplishment. But it's an honor to be having the street in wards 9 and 10. I want to give a shout out to the clerk's office. They helped to coordinate that as well. And we were able to identify streets. So I'll be looking for, in the next few years, when that is materialized, the houses are there, and we can do a great opening there, all of us together. But the hurdle is over. We've identified it. The subdivision will get built, and it'll be an honor to have his legacy also live through in Brampton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of council, and to the announcement and the folks announcing today. You have set the tone of positive energy for the Committee of Council this morning. Thank you for coming in. The next item is delegations, of which we have many this morning. And so we will stick to the 5-minute rule in terms of delegations. The first delegation is 6.1. Possible delegations regarding the declaration of 2.13 acres of land located on Goreway Drive. Mr. Clerk, do we have any delegations on that item?
Through you, Chair Santos, we do not have any registered delegations, but I'll just look in the audience. Is anybody here to speak on that item, the surplus declaration? Seeing none, Chair Santos, committee can deal with the report now, or they can deal with it in agenda order.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with that in the agenda order at that time. 6.2, we have a delegation from Dr. Amira El-Masri, Director, Center for Global Education and Internationalization, Sheridan College, and Gurpreet Malhotra, CEO, Indus Community Services, regarding International Student Experience Steering Committee. Welcome, both Dr. El-Masri and Gurpreet. You have up to 5 minutes for your delegation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing us the time to share the outcomes, or to share some updates on the International Student Experience Roundtable and Summit. Next slide, please. Over the past few years, an increasing number of stories have appeared in the mainstream media outlet highlighting the struggles of international learners in Canada. And while this is a challenge that is shared right across the country, we also know that Peel region, and in particular the city of Brampton, is home to a very large population of international students who attend numerous private and public educational institutions, both within the city but also beyond its borders. Studies by APNA Health, One Voice Canada, Peel Newcomer Group, and the Auditor General of Ontario have each documented different parts of the problem and made suggestions about what can be done. Next, please. In fall of 2022, a group of community leaders was convened by the City of Brampton and Sheridan College to tackle these challenges head-on in a grassroots, community-driven effort. And we'd like to extend our deepest thanks and appreciation to Councillor Santos for her deep involvement throughout the meetings and support throughout. The idea behind the roundtable was to engage key stakeholders to share knowledge on the issues, their experiences, the causes of the problems, and some suggested solutions, with a view to planning and hosting a summit that would engage any interested members of the broader community to help us create recommendations that will improve the academic and personal experiences of international post-secondary education students living in Brampton. In planning the roundtable work, next slide please, we turned to the collective impact model that was first published in the Stanford Social Innovation Review. We turned to that model for inspiration. The model provides a framework for tackling complex problems or large-scale social change efforts. The model is based on cross-sector coordination, not the sum of isolated interventions or actions by individual organizations. Next slide, please. The roundtable members, our advisory group, met 5 times over the fall and winter, and their work is broken into 4 key steps, as you can see on the slide, and I'll hand it over to Mr. Gurpreet to walk us through those steps.
Thank you, Doctor. Step 1, define the problem. Slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our first meeting asked all roundtable members to talk about why they wanted to contribute to this effort, their vision of success, and to identify the experiences and challenges that they've seen firsthand in our community, so that we could define the problem we wish to tackle. And what you see on this slide are some of the top issues that came to mind for our partners. Slide, please. Step 2, build on what we know. Next, we examined what is already known about the topic by doing a review of 129 published works that addressed the lived experiences of international students, what has already been proposed to address the challenges they face during their 3 key stages: before arriving in Canada, during their post-secondary studies, and throughout their transition to the Canadian labour market and society. Slide, please. Step 3, identify solutions. Next, we asked our roundtable members to think about short-term, medium-term, and long-term interventions that could help international students at all stages of their journey. Specifically, we asked, what could community agencies do to help? What are the government policy solutions? And what are the solutions that can be provided by post-secondary institutions? What you see on screen are just some of the high-level themes that came out of this exercise. It generated over 150 suggestions for ways to move forward. Step 4, slide please. Excuse me. Plan a summit and draft a charter. Our work around at the Roundtable culminates in a 2-day summit. It's happening this July 25th and 26th at Sheridan College Davis campus. It's open to anyone in the community who touches the lives of international students or is interested in this topic. We'll recap the work done by the Roundtable, have inspiring keynotes by the international students themselves who will share their experiences, present best practice examples related to government policy or other interventions, and post-secondary practices and service provision by community agencies. So we'll come through and work through some of the solutions. This is an in-person event. These keynotes and panel discussions will be live streamed. The concurrent breakout sessions will allow participants to refine recommendations and solutions. Slide, please. Our summit facilitator is Rupa Desai Tree Lookaker, and she comes to us after an academic career of comes to an academic career after 20 years of experience as a professional administrator in the field. So we look forward to her support as we move forward there. Slide, please. Our desired outcome is to help create a charter, a Brampton Charter. This will become our action plan to live up to our vision for making Brampton the best practice leader in Canada for the international student experience. Similar to other charters shown here, our Brampton Charter will outline guiding principles, actions, and recommendations for adoption by all parties, and the mechanism for accountability. In this way, we'll have a common agenda and shared measurement system, which we will now then be able to build on and move forward for the benefit of our community. Last slide, please. Next steps, and to close out the delegation, quickly summarize our next steps. Following the summit in July, we will then review the recommendations, spend 3 months, September through November, sharing this charter with as many community groups, faith groups, and other associations and interested residents to get feedback. And then our aim is to plan a signing ceremony in Brampton in December for all interested nonprofits, governments, businesses, agencies, and post-secondaries, public and private, who wish to signal their meaningful commitment to improving international student experience. Next year, we'll undertake to share this charter with communities across Canada and inspire them to do something similar. Together, we'll be able to tackle this problem, but only if we do all work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Do any members have any questions for the delegates at this time? Okay, permission for the chair to speak then? Thank you very much. It has been quite a journey since September when some of this work first started, and I have to just give kudos to Sheridan in particular for taking the lead on this, as well as Gurpreet and co-chair Chief Boys in this whole entire journey. Quick question for the delegates. Has this type of work on international students been done before?
Brampton is in a unique position. It seems to attract an enormous number of international students. There are similar concerns in BC. We've seen difficulties and issues faced in Quebec and Montreal, but to my knowledge, nothing like this, where all the different parties that are impacted are working cooperatively to figure out solutions. Not that I'm aware of. Do you?
This scope of engagement of different stakeholders hasn't happened in Canada yet, and there has been some collaboration between different stakeholders, but it's been a few. What we're looking here is to engage both government, different levels. We're talking about city. We're hoping to engage private sector, public sector, community sector, and so on. And this level hasn't been done before.
So Brampton and Sheridan in particular, and all of the various agencies, region of Peel, are kind of leading the way in terms of setting a platform or a way forward to deal with issues related to international students and the issues that international students themselves face, which is a really good example. Just very quickly, if you could share, Gurpreet, kind of your experience from where we were in September to where you think we are now going into this summit. And in that delegation, you were looking for action. You were looking for progress on the issue because Brampton has been talking about international students for a pretty long time now.
When Bill Dave Mutta from Punjabi Community Health Services and I delegated, at that point we had been community agencies seeing the difficulties being faced by students, so unfair employment practices, unfair residential situations, as well as challenges with the fees, costs, other problems. And we'd repeatedly tried to get people's attention. But after we came to Brampton, and there were similar delegations at the regional level, the ability to galvanize and move people together. The co-hosting of the roundtable by the City of Brampton and by Sheridan College became a turning point. And that is after 5 roundtable meetings that have included the acting medical officer of health, delegations from the chief of police, the mayor's office, yourself, and other conversations with other councillors around issues related to housing, momentum has been gained, attention has been drawn, and resources have been gathered. Sheridan put $50,000 of its own resources in and was able to find a sponsor so that we will have an amazing summit on the 25th and 26th. We're hoping to galvanize provincial and federal policymakers because their system is what's helping to create our difficulties. So from that point to now is tremendous progress, given that we were at the hopeful tail end of a pandemic, and we're in the moving to recovery phase. To have managed this is a very positive sign.
Thank you, Gurpreet. And one final question. I know that this plan and the charter that's coming up will take time, and some of the impact will take time to hit on the ground as well. But have you seen any sort of immediate things happening for international students that have been positive throughout this whole process so far?
We know that ever since we started the discussions, there has been great interest from international students to learn and to share their experiences with us, as well as from community partners and different stakeholders across Brampton and across Canada, I would say. So we have created the momentum, and we hope that we maintain it afterwards as well.
Thank you so much. I have no further questions, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Motion moved by Councillor Majeros to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you for coming today. The next delegation is from John Rinn, President, and Jeff Whitaker, General Manager of 1739773 Ontario Incorporated, regarding the relocation of Bingo Country Brampton. There's also a staff report, 9.2.2, on the agenda, which we will bring forward after the delegation. John and Jeff, you have 5 minutes.
John, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much for everybody's time here today. I think it was pretty plain what we submitted and to the staff and the committee. We were waiting on a minor adjustment or minor variance for the location, and we received that yesterday, and we're prepared to go forward with it. We have a lot of benefits to the city, and I think we outlined them all in our letters, and which, all our numbers can be substantiated by Mr. Wilson at the City Licensing Department. I think we'll be a great benefit, but we always have been. We've been around here since, I think it was 1984 when Diamond Bingo originally opened up in the Rice Business Center, and obviously we've closed because of the demolition of that property, and this is why we're relocating where we are, and we think it's a real benefit. It's actually going to be better than where we were before. There's a lot of residential in the area. We're right on a main bus route, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, I'm basically here to answer any questions that anybody would have. Like I say, we're here for the long term. We've been through, the bingo business has had a lot of interruptions over the years with the non-smoking and so on and so forth, and the COVID. But we've gone through all this right now, and we're just looking forward to getting back at it and giving the charities and nonprofit organizations a place to operate out of, and it'll benefit the community, and there's a lot of benefit to everybody on that. I don't think other than I won't waste your time here, because I'm basically repeating what the letter said, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them for you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jeff. John, we have Councillor Willens. Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, John. Thanks for coming in. It's I have to be honest, I'm sad to see you're gone, along with the other plaza that it was on Bovaird Drive. It was a mainstay in that area for quite a while. I remember going by there quite often, and with the lineups waiting for people to get in. So I'm glad you're able to work things out, and just looking forward to seeing you open in the new location.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We don't have any further questions that I can see here. There is a motion moved by Councillor Willens that the delegation be received. And Councillor Willens, would you like to deal with the report now as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So motion moved by Councillor Willens as well regarding the relocation of Bingo Country Brampton. And it is also listed on the screen, the motion itself. Looks like you're moving into Ward 1 there. That's awesome. Any members have any opposition to this motion? Thank you, that carries, and thank you very much, John. The next delegation is from Dr. Tushar Mehta, Brampton resident, regarding the destruction of Huttonville Forest. And we also have a staff report on this item 12.3.1 from the Environment Advisory Committee minutes, and specifically the recommendations EAC 017-2022 on the agenda. Mr. Mehta, you have up to 5 minutes for your delegation, and welcome.
Dr. Mehta, you can unmute your mic. You are in the session now as a panelist, and we've brought your presentation up on the screen. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councillor Santos, and thank you, respected council members, staff, and public who are attending the meeting. My name is Dr. Tushar Mehta. I'm one of the emergency physicians at Brampton Civic Hospital. I was am a COVID frontline worker. I also work in Haiti, and I've done a lot of work in rural India in charitable aspects. These are pictures of Huttonville Forest, which is going to be developed very soon. Next slide, please. Now, basically, we have a local and global ecological crisis, and we sort of keep creating these sort of minimized or false solutions that seem to game the system, and we never get anywhere in terms of progress. Next slide. Thank you. Now, in public meetings about the development that's going to occur, it was not revealed that the forest would actually be developed until sort of the last minute and be discovered by accident. And it seems to be, if you look at the information from Ken McDonald, one of the people working on the issue, that somehow this land is being given away. And we can go through his documents regarding this. Next slide, please. Now, the massive homes that are going to be built there means that there's going to be less total housing because, per area of land that we're developing, there's going to be, less people living, and there's a major housing crisis, of course, but also a major climate impact by the massive homes, huge biodiversity loss, and land use change. Okay, so it's profitable for a few people, but there's an overall net loss. Next slide, please. From the climate change perspective, there's going to be a huge carbon release from this single act of deforestation and the loss of a beautiful wetland. The forest alone, as it grows, could otherwise store, thousands of tons of carbon per year itself. Next slide, please. But there's also a major biodiversity and ecosystem lost. There are endangered species there, also many non-endangered species that have value, trees, amphibians, mammals, birds, and other species. And there's an entire forest and wetland at stake there that's contiguous with the forest around it. Next slide, please. But moreover, this is the first time, as far as we know, that we're cutting off the wildlife corridor that extends from Lake Ontario to the northmost part of the Credit River system. Okay, so this wildlife and nature continuity is very important because species move up and down the forest, and this is going to be the first time it's going to be completely cut off for species moving up and down. And the environmental assessment does not mention any of this. Next slide, please. Now, the assessment itself is paid for and funded by the developer. Okay, and that's a massive conflict of interest, as we know, in terms of science and medical science as well. When the drug company develops the research, it's always going to be in the favor of the drug they're marketing. Next slide, please. And the report has many problems by minimizing the ecological value, not talking about how critical the regeneration of forests actually are to the environment. They just talk about non-native trees, but they don't recognize the native trees and rare species that exist there, overemphasize some garbage left there. But another major flawed concept is the concept of mitigation itself, that you can sort of, we'll develop this, but we'll leave something else alone. Okay, next slide, please. We will be losing the opportunity of a trail that could be going from this, basically Lake Ontario up to the entire, sort of the northmost upstream part of the Credit River system, and respecting Indigenous heritage at the same time. We know that Brampton's citizens have less access to nature and that such a thing could provide many health benefits as well. Next slide, please. We also have a demographic that doesn't have good access to nature. And when we develop this, it's gone forever. We've destroyed 99% of Southern Ontario's ecosystems, and these are one of the few things that we have left. Next slide, please. And an alternative is possible. There's a massive farmland that's being developed as part of this whole project. All we need to do is save the small area of forest, develop more on the rest of the land. The developer could still make a good profit, and we could still have a trail and save this ecosystem. Next slide, please. And it is a beautiful, beautiful place, okay? If there's a trail there, or if any of you have visited, it is truly beautiful, and the ecological value is vastly underestimated by the reports, which are not taking so many important things into consideration. This is a universal ecological problem where our logic is flawed when it comes to the things that we do. And that's everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mehta. I'm just looking to see if we have any questions from members of council. I don't see any at the moment. There is also a staff report associated with this, which is to be received. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Through Chair Santos, it's not a staff report. It's item 12.3.1, the Environment Advisory Committee minutes, and just recommendation EAC 017. Dr. Mehta did delegate at the Environment Advisory Committee meeting last week, I believe it was, so he's requested to delegate today. So there's no report to receive.
Okay, thank you. So a motion moved by Councillor Willens to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? Thank you, that carries. Thank you, Dr. Mehta, for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much.
Our next item on the agenda is a delegation regarding the urgency of climate breakdown, transitioning 50% of city food purchases to plant-based. And we have joining us today Mo Markham and Dr. Mehta again, members from Plant-Based Cities Movement, Diane Smell, member, and Dr. David Steele, president of Earth Safe Canada, and finally Shaylee Prajapati, Brampton resident. You have 5 minutes for your delegation this morning.
Thank you, and thank you so much for having us. We have slides as well. I'm not seeing the slides yet. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. The slides are on the screen. Can you not? Can you see the slides?
Okay, the slides seem to be on the screen. It's the first slide that says Plant-Based Cities Movement. It looks like it's the cover slide.
Oh, can you hear?
Yes, Dr. Mehta, we can hear you. Did you want to get started?
She's supposed to be presenting the first slides. I'm just wondering if she can hear or even speak on the microphone.
Her microphone, the microphone is active, but we're not hearing Mo Markham at the moment.
There must be a technical problem. Maybe I'll just present on her behalf. I'm sorry that she's the one who's supposed to be speaking on the first slides. So there is a plant-based cities movement that has been, that's afoot in many cities in Canada and internationally. Next slide, please. And I think that the movement is asking cities, including the city of Brampton, and many cities have signed on to this, that we take a stand on the environmental and health impacts of our food choices to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, land use change, biodiversity loss, etc., and including global food security. And we're asking cities, including the city of Brampton, to take a stand to make a 50% shift of animal-based foods, especially animal-based protein type foods, to plant-based purchases by the end of this year. Next slide, please.
I'm actually here now. I don't know if you can
hear me now. Can you please
thank you, sir. So I'll just say that thank you, and sorry, if you don't mind going back to that other slide, to the last slide. Sorry, I was frozen there for a minute. Can you go back to the previous slide? Thank you. So the February 2022 report from the IPCC tells us, next slide, please. The February 2022 report from the IPCC says that the reduction of excess meat consumption is amongst the most effective measures to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, with a high potential for environment, health, food security, biodiversity, and animal welfare co-benefits. Thank you. Next slide. And so, as we know, 642 Canadian municipalities, including the city of Brampton, have declared a climate emergency, and thousands more across the world have as well. Montreal has recently joined Toronto and 13 other cities across the world to commit to be C40 good food cities. The next, I can't quite see the whole slide. Vancouver has decided to switch 20% of its animal-based purchases last year to plant-based, with a potential savings of $99,000 and 500 tons of CO2 equivalent. And many municipalities and universities have done so as well. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is a study out of the University of Waterloo. More than 17 million Canadians are living in, or will be living in, urban areas where extreme heat will be an issue. Next slide, please. And as you can see, most of those areas are here in Southern Ontario. The dark orange is if we don't get our carbon under control. And and even if we do with the medium color orange there, we're still going to be in quite a bit of trouble. Next slide. And so we're going to be dealing with extreme weather, heat waves, die-offs, next slide, flooding, fires, drought, and storms here in Canada, and we're already dealing with most of those. Next slide. Thank you so much for having us. I will let Dr. Mehta take over from here, and I apologize, my computer froze earlier.
Just really quickly, there's going to be another 2 billion people on Earth by 2050. We're going up to 10 billion. And there is major food shortages already occurring around the world and water scarcity, including in some communities in Canada. Next slide, please. And the amount of water required per gram of protein is exponentially more, quite a bit more in animal products. And if we actually had a couple more items on the slide, like pea protein and soy, you'd see that even smaller amount of water used per gram of protein. So animal protein uses much more water. Next slide, please. And 50% of the Earth's land is actually used for farming to feed our 10 or 8 billion people currently. So it's a massive, massive land use by animal agriculture, but it only provides us less than 40% of our total protein and less than 20% of our total calories globally. So it uses much more land per unit of protein. It's very inefficient in that sense. Next slide, please. And if we were switching to more of a plant-based diet, we can use drastically less land to create the same amount of food. Next slide, please. And here we can see that we've actually also already destroyed actually more than half of the world's forests, but it depends on what time period you start measuring from. But there's massive global deforestation, as I mentioned before, and that has all kinds of ecological consequences, as I mentioned in the previous presentation. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta. Just a heads up that if you can wrap up, that would be great, please.
For sure. And I think that the following presentations are going to also talk about the health impacts of our food choices in terms of healthy plant-based foods, pandemics, etc. So hopefully this is something that we can think about deeply in terms of the future ecological health and other consequences regarding to our food choices, and City of Brampton can participate in that. And that's it. Thank you.
Of council, and so I would ask that the delegation be received, moved by
Chair Santos. We do also have Diane Smell and Dr. David Steele and Shahali. I believe they were separate delegations.
I apologize. So Diane Smell and Shahali, if you can please also go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead. Oh, there you are.
Hi there. Oh, word here. Good morning, members of Committee of Council and fellow delegates and members of the public. Today we are presenting on behalf of Earth Save Canada. My name's Diane Smeel, and I grew up in Brampton, and I currently live in downtown Brampton. I'm concerned about the climate emergency that we are facing, and that's what we will be addressing in this presentation. Now I will pass it over to Dr. Steele, and he's online.
Dr. Steele, you can proceed. You can unmute your mic, and then there you go.
Yeah, I was trying to. I was just given permission by the computer to unmute. All right, I'm David Steele. I'm the president of Earth Save Canada, where we've been studying the issues of food and the environment for over 30 years. And I'm also retired from the Faculty of Medicine at the University of British Columbia, where I led a molecular biology research group. Back to Diane.
Next slide, please. In 2021, the United Nations declared a code red for human-driven global warming. Given the urgency of this declaration, our ask of the City of Brampton is that it shifts 50% of its animal-based food purchases to plant-based purchases by the end of 2022. Next slide, please. In this slide from Carbon Brief, you can see that Canada has the highest cumulative carbon emissions per person. And I would also like to note that we are the highest emitters in the Western world. which means that we have the highest responsibility to act to reduce emissions and to rewild our natural spaces. Next slide, please. And I will pass it over to Dr. Steele for this.
One of the biggest problems with animal agriculture, among many, is that it produces an outsized proportion of global warming gases. Now, depends on the estimate, but somewhere between 15 and 25% of all global warming gases come from animal agriculture. And that's partly CO2, but largely methane and nitrous oxide, both of which the majority of human-related emissions come from either animals themselves or raising the feed to produce them. Methane has about 56 times the global warming potential of carbon dioxide over 20 years, and nitrous oxide nearly 300 times. Next slide, please. Over the last 50 years, our population on this planet has doubled, and the Earth is already warmed by 0.8 degrees Celsius. Meat production is up nearly threefold, and per capita meat consumption is up about 75%. And in this time, 17% more of our already damaged world forests have been destroyed. Next slide, please. A big part of the problem is that animal agriculture is outrageously inefficient. As was noted earlier, in terms of protein, it was outrageously inefficient. Also, it uses 83% of our farmland, but only gives us 18% of our calories, as has been shown by a major study out of Oxford University. Also from that study and a few others, we could free up about 3/4 of our agricultural land if we'd move away from animal agriculture. That's a huge opportunity to rewild, let forests regrow, wildlands regrow, turn them into a giant carbon sink instead of having our food system contributing massively to global warming. We'd actually be pulling carbon out of the air as we let things rewild. Some people think that regenerative grazing would help, but actually it uses even more land than industrial agriculture, and as a couple of major studies have shown, results in more GHG emissions. Next slide, please. So this is GHG emissions per 100 grams of protein. As you can see, animal protein all above the green line are all much higher in GHG emissions than any of the plant-based foods that are listed below. So that's, again, largely because of methane and nitrous oxide associated with the fertilizer used to produce the enormous amounts of feed. The most of our corn and soy that we grow in North America goes to animal agriculture or, to some extent, to biofuels. Next slide, please. That's Diane.
So how can we make this switch easy? By using Greener by Default, applied behavioral economics research to food policy, which empowers institutions to serve inclusive, sustainable, plant-forward foods. Following their principles of making the default option the greener choice option, the greener food choice, featuring plant-based choices first and swapping out burgers and hot dogs for plant-based alternatives at city concession stands are some good methods to help make this switch. In closing, I want to thank you for your time and attention. I have some animal agriculture fact sheets that I would like to hand out as well to staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Diane and David, for joining us this morning. Do any members have any questions? Councillor Willens, followed by Councillor Singh. Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Thank you, Diane and David, for coming in today. It's nice to see someone coming and finally presenting, because I'm no secret that I'm the climate active here in Brampton, but it's nice to see you come forward with how important that this is into addressing climate change, because the IPC report did mention it, and it was mentioned quite a bit in there. So just want to thank you for coming, and maybe there's ways we can look at these easy ways to switch. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singh is next.
Yeah, it's fascinating. There is obviously a connection with what we did in carbon emissions. I would suggest to come back. I'd like to do some more research myself. Not yet, but give us a few months. Can you just give the examples? You said Toronto and Vancouver have done this?
Maybe that would be better spoken to by Mo. Actually, she's probably a better one with addressing that.
Vancouver has done it. I don't think Toronto has done that. Vancouver went for 20%
Okay, is that the
reduction in plant, in
Right.
animal-based foods.
So, yeah, so Vancouver has passed a motion. They passed a motion actually
Sorry,
last
My
year.
apologies, sorry, who's answering?
Mo Markham.
It's Mo Markham. So that was something in my presentation that I was speaking of. So Vancouver passed a motion last year to transition 20% of their animal-based foods to plant-based foods. But also the cities of Montreal and Toronto are two of the 15 cities across the world that have signed the C40 Good Food Declaration to work towards more sustainable foods.
Okay.
And this is Dr. Tushar Mehta here, if I may. I think it's a work in progress that's going on across different cities in Canada and across the world as well. It's kind of a new thing. So these are, I think, initial steps taken by cities like Vancouver, and then over time, we're hoping for stepwise progress.
Okay. And
Yes, you know, since the city of Vancouver made that transition, the two latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports have recommended that we increase our plant-based foods as well for the planet. And we can provide you a great deal of references and information that, you know, that say that this is the best thing for the planet. And we would love it if the cities would, you know, take a stand on this and you know, start moving things forward. I believe Shaylee is also presenting on this subject,
Yes.
and I'm not sure if she is here.
I'm not done my questions though.
Yeah, I'm here, Mo.
Yeah, I
Okay,
still got a couple more questions if I can.
Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, so, and from a city standpoint, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, it's really, I guess, some lunches we do, some concession stands, like, I'm trying to think. Events. So we would enforce this, I guess Vancouver enforces it on somebody renting space, and if they want to order food, that 20% has to be plant-based, is that? Like, how's this actually, how's this actually look when it's implemented, is my question.
Sure. So it's one of the things that we would be happy to work with the city around. And we're actually asking for a 50% increase because of where the planet is at and how much change our food can make on that front. Some of the things that we're suggesting are for concession stands, as Diane said, concession stands and events, that plant-based alternatives be switched out for the burgers and hot dogs that are already there. That would make a huge difference. I think for conferences, events that the city is putting on, you know, all of those things. For conferences, they've found, as this slide suggests, from Greener by Default, if the default option, so the main option that's offered is plant-based, people can still ask for meat-based alternative the same way usually vegans and vegetarians have to do. And that really turns things around. That Greener by Default has studied this and implemented it in a number of places. And they've found that it actually turns things around. So instead of maybe 80% of the meals being animal-based, they end up with 80% of the meals being plant-based. So there are a number of ways of going about it. And, you know, even on in a cafeteria line, offering the plant-based options first, making them sound interesting. There's so many options now. There's so many delicious foods and things, but just, you know, different ways of presenting the food and providing more plant-based food at events, et cetera.
It's Dr. Tushar Mehta here again, if I may. I think what Councillor Singh was also asking is, you know, how does it, you know, where does this occur? And I think a lot of the food purchases by the city are at facilities, let's say sports facilities and other facilities that are run by the city of Brampton. And you know, and then maybe some of the other examples that you mentioned, which are appropriate, you know. And, you know, it's just summarizing what Mo was saying, is that let's say you put you have very, very high quality, tasty, amazing, healthy plant-based options, because sometimes an option is there, but it's not very good, but it could be a lot better. Presenting them higher up on the menu list, presenting that as the first option for food, and then you have to choose the non-plant-based option rather than, like that. And so there's psychological and economic tactics that work, and, having price parity and so forth as well. There's many ways in which we can help as well in all these processes.
Okay, thank you. I'll do some more research. I'll wait for you to send some, and something worth exploring. And
Shaylee, I think, is going to be talking on this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi, and I do realize that Shaylee is also going to delegate as well. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your delegation. I don't think that this is unreachable. I think that when I started going to functions at the city that were serving food, you kind of saw it was all the burgers and the hot dogs, and then if you wanted a vegetarian, that was kind of off to the side. And you're seeing this switch of more and more people asking for vegetarian hot dogs or hamburgers, and it's almost like the grill is getting close to like 50-50 now anyways. And with the changes and everything that you hear about Beyond Meat, and I know Beyond Meat is more of like it's a company, right? But yet if you can come back up to or somebody else that's online, sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, I could only see you. But I would like to understand and know, and education is a huge part of this, but what are your thoughts about the Beyond Meat?
As a physician, and I do a lot of research on this actually as well, Beyond Meat, in terms of, let's say, environmental issues and so forth, it has a vastly lower impact. In terms of health, there may be somewhat of a benefit compared to, let's say, an equivalent animal-based burger. There's probably some benefit, but there are other plant-based burgers and sausages that are somewhat better even. And also, I mean, we come from Brampton, so we have a large Indian population, Punjabi population. We have these beautiful, beautiful, what we call rajma, or, kidney bean, traditional dishes, and chole, these chickpeas-based dishes. Amazing protein, amazing for our health. And if we could just tweak them a little bit so that they're tasty, but maybe tone down a little bit the salt and oil, and have brilliant, healthy food options that are, there's lots of great options that are culturally specific, as well as, let's say, just switching burgers or sausages to the plant-based versions. And even within the plant-based version of burgers and sausages, there are those that are more healthy than others, is my main point.
Yeah, and thank you for that. If it was up to me, every event would just be Shahi Paneer, because that's my favorite. So, but that being said, it is really about education, and I think the more people that we can educate on this, because it seems to be that whenever we get stats or delegations on one particular item, there's stats and delegations for the opposite side of it. But I think when we're talking about vegetarian, we're talking about health, and I have heard that Beyond Meat may not be the healthiest choice.
There's so many options.
But it's an option, but there is other options, right? Plant-based, and I think that Beyond Meat really came out with a corner of the market, and everybody was jumping on board, and I think that's because of the taste. But it's changing, and I think that something like this for our city events, I think it's not only doable, but I think it's we can do it fairly quickly, and it'll be taken gracefully in the community as well. So look forward to. I know we have another delegation. Look forward to that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paleshi. Thank you very much. Our next person to delegate is Shaylee, and you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Good morning, distinguished members of the City Council. I'm Shaylee Rajavati, an 18-year-old student born and raised in Brampton, currently pursuing health sciences at Queen's University. And in 2019, I had the honor of presenting to Council on the matter of declaring a climate change emergency, to which the Council voted upon unanimously. As the next step, I strongly believe that increasing plant-based purchases will benefit our community's health and local economy. Next slide, please. Likewise to the previous delegations, my ask to the City of Brampton is to take a stand and shift 50% of animal-based food purchases to plant-based by the end of this year. This can include foods at concessions, city event catering contracts, or meal programs. Next slide, please. From a health standpoint, the WHO reports that eating red and processed meat frequently has been linked with multiple conditions such as cancer and cardiovascular disease. On the other hand, plant-based diets are associated with a general lower risk of incident cardiovascular disease and mortality, as well as all-cause mortality in a general population of middle-aged adults. Shifting these facts to a more local scale, currently around 1 in 10 adults have diabetes. This statistic is projected to grow to an alarming 1 in 6 by 2025, reflecting the urgency of the situation. According to the National Library of Medicine, a vegetarian diet characterized by whole plant foods is most beneficial for diabetes prevention and management. Next slide. In light of more recent events, a plant-based diet can also prevent the frequency and prevalence of pandemics and zoonotic disease. The WHO and Centers for Disease Control say that 3 out of 4 diseases are zoonotic or come to us from other animals. The occurrence of cross-species viral epidemics can be substantially reduced by shifting to a plant-based diet. The current pandemic has already put a great strain on the health and economics of the city of Brampton, and we can only expect far more serious epidemics and pandemics in the near future if things continue the way they are. Next slide. Another major issue currently concerning the global health community is antibiotic and microbial resistance. This is defined as the declining effectiveness of medicines to treat bacterial infections and is identified by the WHO as one of the greatest threats to global health, development, and food security. The UN General Assembly recognizes the use of antibiotics in the livestock sector as one of the primary causes of antimicrobial resistance. Resultantly, infections like pneumonia, tuberculosis, gonorrhea, and salmonellosis are becoming harder to treat as the antibiotics used to treat them become less effective. Overall, antibiotic resistance leads to longer hospital stays, higher medical costs, and increased mortality. And with only one complete hospital in Brampton, this could put a serious strain on healthcare workers and resources. Next slide. As seen in this figure, Canada has one of the highest antibiotic uses in all of North America, again reinforcing how we need to start taking matters into our hands. Next slide, please. Moving forward, a planetary health diet was developed by the Eat Lancet study to optimize both planetary and human health. This diet, in line with Canada's food guide, recommends increasing intake of plant-based foods to about half of an individual's daily food consumption, which is a big change for most people. Next slide. Thank you. Aside from the health aspect, transitioning would be a good business. With increased advocacy around the globe, sales of plant-based groceries grew by more than 25% in 2021 in Canada. Moreover, plant-based foods are a $600 million market in Canada, and particularly young Canadians are choosing plant-based more often for the planet, encouraging businesses to shift their menus accordingly. Other cities, as mentioned before, have also acknowledged the benefits of a plant-based diet and have taken action. In 2021, the City of Vancouver approved a 20% shift from animal-based purchases to plant-based, with potential savings of $99,000 and 500 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Next slide, please. This transition would also reap economic benefits. In the long run, climate change will cost Canadian municipalities billions of dollars. Currently, meat and poultry products are vectors for almost 31% of all foodborne illnesses. According to U.S. data, this translates to almost 3 million animal illnesses, yielding economic costs of up to $20 billion. Plant-based diets will not only avoid these costs, but can also increase their food supply. As such, plant-based replacements for each of the major animal categories in the U.S., beef, pork, dairy, poultry, and eggs, can produce 2-fold to 20-fold more nutritionally similar food per unit cropland, and we expect similar statistics in Canada. All in all, the shift to plant-based city food purchases is in the best interest of the health of Brampton residents and the future of our local economy. So let's take the next step and make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shaylee, for your delegation. I see no further questions from members, but ask permission for the chair to speak and ask a couple of questions. Yep. Okay, Councillor Willens, followed by Councillor Singh. Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation again. Peter, was there I believe there was some recommendation, wasn't too clear, but from the BIAC on June 14th. I think Sean had found it for me, and it said for staff to review it and to look at it, because I know we'd have to go through multiple departments for this. We've got procurement, because we've already got contracts for the vendors. Is there a recommendation on the screen, or?
Through you, Chair Santos, yes, the purpose of this delegation is in regard to the Environment Advisory Committee recommendations, and I think it's EAC 018 is a recommendation from the Environment Advisory Committee for Committee of Council to consider this morning. We'll bring that up on the screen momentarily.
Correct. It's EAC 018-2022, passed at the Environment Advisory Committee on June 14th.
We'll bring that up on the screen, Councillor, if you want to proceed.
Councillor Willens, any further questions?
No, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, and I think to consider it, I'm open to it. All our emails are public. I look forward to more information. This is helpful, but just seeing some of the things that you were talking about and some of the reports, and I'd be happy to meet offline as well on this issue. So all our emails are public, so you can contact us, but it's an interesting proposal, no doubt, and I'm intrigued. Thank you.
Thank you, and just a couple of questions from myself as well. Did you know about the off-grid food shed? Brampton Grows Off-Grid, which is the first of its kind in an urban setting, closed-loop system located in wards 2 and 6 at Station 12 in Brampton, which is growing produce to support local food banks. Just wondering if the folks who delegated know about that. Councillor Palleschi wanted me to bring it up. Go ahead, Diane. Or anyone?
No, I don't think we were aware of it, but we certainly will check into it. Thank you.
Wonderful. We'll send you some of that information. My next follow-up question is just in build-up to what Councillor Palleschi was talking about in terms of the shift in culture. We've seen a shift in culture as well in terms of the usage of plastics, where we are transitioning away from the use of plastics into something that is far more environmentally friendly. And you know, we supported that on this council as well to look into also. And then my final question is actually to the staff. We have a very comprehensive community energy emissions reduction plan. And I'm just wondering, and I'm not sure if Michael Hoy is on the phone, whether or not some of this stuff that was delegated on today was included or at all covered within the SERP. And perhaps Councillor Willens might know as well.
Through you, Chair. The city's committee, our SERP plan did not contemplate food. That was one of the areas we did not address. It was more focused on transportation, buildings, and outreach. So, no, we did not cover urban agriculture.
Okay,
within that
wonderful.
plan.
Thank you, Michael, for that clarification. And so thank you to the delegates for identifying a possible gap in ways that we could find further emissions and reach our targets in Brampton. I have no further questions on the board. Mr. Clerk, did we find the motion from the Environment Committee?
Through you, Chair Santos, yes, the motion was just on the screen. So it's the first part is just to receive the delegations at the Environment Advisory Committee. The second is the most important. It's the position of the Environment Advisory Committee that the City of Brampton evaluate their current food product sourcing, and that Council consider a substantial shift towards adopting more plant-based options in city facilities and during events in alignment with reducing climate impacts. So that remains the opinion, essentially the position of the Environment Advisory Committee, unless Committee of Council, ultimately Council wishes to take on that position.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Can we change the wording then, Peter, now on that it says, can you put that back up from the BIAC? Please?
Yeah, we can put it back on the screen.
Maybe just change the wording, saying this position of Brampton City Council, the City of Brampton, because that's just a recommendation coming from the environmental. So if we could change that, that will address it, that we can now staff will be able to look into it. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion from Councillor Singh to receive the delegations And then I guess, Councillor Willens, do you want to move everything instead?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Councillor Willens, to receive the delegations as well as item number 2, the motion as seen on the screen. Anyone opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. And to Diane, and as well as Mo, Dr. Mehta, as well as Dr. Steele and Shaylee, this is why advocacy matters. Okay, thank you very much. Our next motion, or next delegation, we have a few, is item 6.6 regarding item 8.2.1 on the agenda, municipal fireworks restrictions and enforcements. There are a number of delegations, and I will ask the clerk to help us guide us through. Please do keep in mind that we are limited to 5 minutes per delegation. And so, Mr. Clerk, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Santos, members of the committee, and to the delegates. We're not entirely sure if those are, most appear to be attending online. Some may be attending in person, so I will call your name in order as it appears on the agenda. The first delegation is from Mandeep Paul, Brampton resident and fireworks consumer. I did not see Mandeep on the list, and we do not see Mandeep in the chamber, so we'll move on. Next is Aleem Kanji, Director of Government Relations for the Canadian National Fireworks Association. Aleem is online, and we'll bring Aleem into the session. Can you unmute the mic? So Aleem, if you can hear us, we're having difficulty. We cannot bring you into the session. We see you in the attendee list, but your connection doesn't seem to be connecting with our WebEx platform, so I'm going to suggest we move on to the other delegations. You can try to reconnect again. Otherwise, you did receive a telephone number, and you can call in by telephone, and we'll try to connect you for your delegation at the appropriate time. The next delegation is Tom Jacobs, President of Rocket Fireworks. And Tom is online. Oh, is present? Okay. Welcome, Tom. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here today. So there are a few issues I want to speak about, but I guess to start with, I should say I don't like weed very much, and I find it pretty distasteful when I'm walking down the street and people are smoking weed and the smell bothers me and makes me a bit ill. City of Brampton has chosen to legalize that activity for a number of reasons. One is vast public demand, so the public sentiment, there seems to be a huge demand for it. There was a huge black market that existed, and the black market is now, it's not fully eliminated.
Sorry,
but
there's a point of order by Councillor Paleshi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The City of Brampton didn't legalize weed.
Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
My apologies. I'll move on then. It's legal in a large part of the country and in many municipalities, and it is legal in Toronto, where I live. So I don't like it, but there's a huge demand in favor of it, and the cities that have legalized it have decided that instead of making it a clandestine activity and supporting a massive black market when there is such demand, they thought it would be safer to regulate it. So the thing with fireworks that I want to talk about is there are a lot of things that I don't like. I don't like motorcycles. I could point to stats that show you how dangerous they are, that they take up a large amount of taxpayer money for hospitalizations and they kill people. I could point to many things that I don't agree with. But with regard to fireworks specifically, the problem is that there's a huge public demand for them. They're used just a few days a year, but they have a cultural demand and a religious demand for the South Asian community. And I think that they are legal in the government of Canada has legalized 4,000 authorized products. So these products are vigorously tested and they are for sale in the rest of the country. You can order them online and have them sent to your door. So your Brampton bylaw enforcement is saying they can't stop the use of fireworks. They're saying, well, it's not practical because we can't get there on time to stop people from using fireworks, and by the time we get there, they're finished. So I would ask, how do you propose that if you can buy fireworks online and have them shipped to your door legally, and you can go to Mississauga or Toronto and go to a store and bring the fireworks that you want to use back to Brampton? How do you propose to stop the possession? So I think what Brampton is proposing, that there would be a ban on sale and possession. So are you going to have people at the borders, the city, in stopping the possession of fireworks, or stopping Purolator trucks or Loomis trucks from coming across the country to make their deliveries? It's just as impractical to talk about that. If you can't stop the use, I don't see how you're going to enforce possession and sale. The other thing is, from other cities that I think there's in Vancouver, I can say there's a huge black market. Fireworks are sold, by the hundreds of thousands of dollars out of people's garages and, in underground. And I would tell you that when you take a product like fireworks, which can be very safely used, the government of Canada thinks it can be safely used, and that's why they authorize so many products. So when you take that product and you criminalize it, the black market retailers who are selling it have no interest in promoting the safety of the product whatsoever. So it means that when you buy fireworks, no one's giving you a safety instruction sheet, no one's counseling you on how to be a good neighbor or be responsible or be a good citizen. And when you have when the activity is clandestine, you're run and gun. You're trying to, you're doing something illegal, so you're rushed, et cetera. It's going to be highly unsafe, and now you're playing with an explosive and you know nothing about it. So when fireworks are legal and they're handled responsibly by responsible retailers, and stakeholders have an interest in making things safe because they want their businesses to continue, education from those retailers and from the CFNA and from the city can make use responsible. And we don't want to look to just, a handful of people who are misusing things, who are not responsible, to destroy the whole practice when it is so important to the community for Canada Day, Diwali, New Year's, etc.
Thank you very much. And that concludes your delegation.
Thank you.
We do have a question from Councillor Paleshi. Did you want to ask that now, or we normally wait? Okay, directly to Tom, go ahead.
And I think I just wanted to clarify, Tom, the legalization was put in by the federal government.
Right.
So the city of Brampton did opt in to allow the purchase of marijuana in stores, but it's the federal politicians that decided to legalize marijuana in Canada.
Right, but what I meant to say,
the wording that,
no, it's okay. What I meant to say, it's not a criminal activity
Yeah.
in Brampton. So
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom, for your delegation. The next, Mr. Clerk, back to you for the list of delegates.
Through you, Chair Santos. So Aleem has made a connection. Aleem, we do see you on your video. You can unmute your mic, and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of council. My name is Aleem Kanji, and I represent the Canadian National Fireworks Association, where we advocate to governments across the country and work with industry and public sector partners as the leading voice on behalf of the fireworks industry. It is great to be back once again at this committee with you all. You may recall at the March 30th Committee of Council meeting, this committee, followed by City Council, endorsed a ban on the personal use of fireworks after 11 p.m., which in fact is already the case in your bylaw, and prohibit personal use of fireworks in 2022, led by former Councillor Williams in her amendments in motion. This is very distinct from the recommendation for your consideration today that calls for a fireworks ban by restricting the sale, purchase, possession, or discharge of all permitted fireworks. This goes well beyond personal use and is not what Council endorsed. I encourage the City Clerk and members of this committee to review the March 30th committee video. A ban on the sale, purchase, or possession was never endorsed by Council, and beyond being impossible to enforce, and punishing to residents and businesses, today's report recommendations calling for a blanket ban was and is simply not at the direction or will of this Council. As Councillor Bowman stated at the March 30th meeting, he has received complaints, and as bylaw enforcement stated, the city has received 785 complaints last year, of which 70% were from Diwali. Now, how many of those complaints were unique? How many were from individual callers? From multiple households or repeated callers over Diwali is the real question, and data in this regard should be transparent and made public. Without this data, it is not possible to ascertain if this is a legitimate issue geographically across this city, or if it is a handful of people complaining from a few areas. We ask this question because Brampton received more complaints in 2021 than Toronto, Edmonton, and Calgary combined. Suggesting a ban works is problematic. As bylaw staff in this city have stated repeatedly, including on March 30th, and I quote, "It is very difficult and challenging to get to those that misuse fireworks, much less lay charges," unquote. And as Councillor Bowman stated at the same meeting, and I quote, "It is an expensive proposition to have fireworks bylaw enforcement," unquote. No bylaw officer in any city can impede cross-border shopping of fireworks from other cities or online. To suggest a ban on fireworks will achieve this is not truthful to the people of Brampton. A ban on fireworks would see 42 retailers shut down and force over 200 employees into the unemployment line. Would the bylaw go after FedEx or UPS or federal government employees from Canada Post that are delivering packages? I know this may seem laughable, but the proposed bylaw gives the city carriage in this respect. As Councillor Bowman stated at the March 30th meeting, we have thousands of people using fireworks properly. And as Councillor Fortini stated, you are always going to find people that don't listen. Now, if this is in fact the case, why punish 650,000 people in Canada's fastest growing city with a blanket ban that no one has asked for at the expense of a few delinquent users? Councillor Bowman also stated that people are going to abuse fireworks. They're going to continue to do so no matter what. Now, while this statement may be true or debatable, education and communication, something the CNFA is proud to partner with Brampton on and many other cities, should only be enhanced and continue. We are committed to that, and we strongly support that recommendation in this report. Many Brampton residents and the city's 250,000 South Asians feel it is just a matter of time till this temporary proposed bylaw becomes permanent and are legitimately feeling targeted as a result of this proposal. With Diwali taking place on October 24th of this year, which is also municipal election day, it would be most unfortunate to make the proposed fireworks ban an election and campaign issue. As the CNFA has done in other municipalities, we launched a fireworks summit in Toronto, a major public engagement session composed of staff from fire, elected officials, all stakeholders to come to a consensus on fireworks issues. We would be pleased to do the same in this city and continue with public engagement right here in Brampton. We are also prepared to do our part by stopping the sale of Roman candles, which our retailers tell us are attributable for over 90% of fireworks issues. In closing, the CNFA and its 3,000 members and the people that work in this industry in Brampton, alongside thousands of others in this city, do not support a ban. Thank you for your time this morning. I would be pleased to answer your questions.
You just got to 5 minutes, Alim. Thank you very much for your delegation. There is one question from Councillor Willens, although did you want to hold that till the end, or is this directly? Okay, so question from Councillor Willens to Alim. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for coming in and talking. I'm sure you're aware, you referred to Councillor Bowman's comments about the 600 or 765 complaints. That's more than any other city in Canada, but you do know, I'm sure you're aware of it, that we're broken up into ward pairings and ward specific, and I don't think that Councillor Palesh and I would be getting the same phone calls that Councillor Bowman's getting, because we're in a totally different geographical area of Brampton. But having said that, maybe perhaps to the CAO, I know you spoke mostly about the ban of the fireworks. Maybe perhaps, I know that Councillor Palesh, you did speak at the start of the meeting that we are possibly going to defer this or refer this back to staff. Maybe this is an opportunity that would save us some time here, because we do have a list of delegates. Maybe if we could refer this back to staff to come back at a future date, but for this, right for right now, maybe just go with status quo and keep the 3 meter the same as what we have right now in the bylaws. And consult with yourselves and other groups and the community as well. Maybe the CEO can answer that, because it could save us, because we have a long list of delegates, and it sounds like that the biggest concern is the ban of the fireworks. So maybe perhaps the CEO could speak on that, and then we'll give you an opportunity perhaps to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So over to the CAO for a response.
Through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Jones, absolutely, we can take that back. We can look at it, continue to look at it, and operate under what our present bylaw allows, the restriction up to 10 feet, after 10 feet, and the time restrictions that we typically impose. And that would also negate the increase of fines that we had proposed. So that was just one cautionary note. I know council was adamant they would like to see more penalties, but when we take it back, we'll just have to put that back to the old fines.
Thank you for that, CEO. Would that be okay? Meet back and they can consult with you as well? Would that sort of help, sort of curve it for now? And for you, for Keith.
That's a question for you, Aline. I don't know if Aline can hear. So Aline, Councillor Willens is asking if that would be okay for us to maintain what is in place right now and then go back as a referral to staff to bring back more information. Aline? I think Aline is having some technical issues. Okay, Councillor Willens, can we just hold back on that question while Aline perhaps figures out his technical issues? And then I got Mayor Brown, followed by Councillor Singh.
Well, thank you, Councillor Santos. I'm just not sure whether he can, is he frozen or can he actually answer a question?
Through you, Chair Santos, it looks like there may be technical difficulties with his audio. He can hopefully try to resolve that. And maybe turn off your camera, Alim, and that may sometimes resolve the audio. It looks like he is frozen at the moment.
Mayor Brown, were your questions directly for Aline?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Singh, were your questions directly for Aline?
I was going to speak. Do you put a referral on, or?
Not at this time. We were waiting for Aline to confirm.
So the clerk, how many delegates are online?
Through you, Chair Santos, I know we have confirmed, it looks like 6, plus there may be people in the audience at this point out of the 62. Okay, through you, Chair Santos, if we can just pause for a moment, I just want to confirm the WebEx sound may be down. If it is, I suggest we take a recess so we can resolve this.
Followed by pound. If you do not know your pending.
Okay, so we are having some technical issues that we are dealing with. We will take a 15-minute or 10-minute recess.
10's fine.
10-minute recess so that we can resolve some of the technical issues. Oh, 1 second, councillors. We can't carry on if there's no tech, if no one can hear us. Yeah. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess and then.
We're back.
Okay, we got thumbs up now from the technical folks. We love technology. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. And so I'll now move over to Councillor Singh to finish your comments.
Councillor Willens as well. If there's only 5 or 6, if maybe the clerk can reiterate, not to repeat other comments, but give them an opportunity, we can go through it fast because there might be some people who came inside who are also registered. So
through you, Chair Santos, yes, we can do that.
As long as we reiterate not to repeat, I think we should give it a chance, if that's okay.
I will be required to call each name out of the 62, though, because I don't know who's present.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I'm going to go back to Councillor Willens and your question directly to Alim. Alim, can you hear us now?
I'd like to ensure you guys can hear me.
Yes.
I've got a bit of an echo.
It's through your computer. You have to mute the audio on your computer.
Come back to the computer.
So Aleem, your microphone is unmuted. Your video is still on. It looks like you've walked away from your video feed. We could hear you when a moment ago, but you just walked away and we can't hear you now.
Okay, I'm calling in on my phone. If I get in front of the computer.
Yeah, sorry, Aleem, we can't hear you. If you can try just speaking into your computer, go back to your computer and speak at the computer, that might be helpful because our technical issues on our end have been resolved.
Hi, it's Aleem here.
Perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. So
Okay,
back
fantastic.
to, just
And
to summarize.
I apologize for any technical glitches on my side. I was able to connect this morning, and it looks like I'm back online. I'd like to respond to Councillor Williams' comment. I caught part of his comment on the ward-specific issues, and the ban, and then the 10-foot restriction. I didn't have a chance to hear the CAO reply, and I think that the chair had deferred to him first.
Yes, that is correct. If the CEO wanted to just reiterate what you said earlier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the delegate, I did say that we could go back and review the policy regarding the ban. If we do that, we are going to revert back to the existing bylaw. The existing bylaw does prohibit anything over 10 feet. It does have a time consideration in there, and
Right.
as well, if we go back to the bylaw, that we'll be using the established fine schedule as opposed to a new fine schedule that's proposed in the staff report. And it also gives us time to look at the effects of COVID. Now that COVID is over, for the most part, what activities would be out there surrounding fireworks, whether people are coming back out, using fireworks, what they're doing. So it gives us time to take all this into consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. And then you had another follow-up, Aleem, to the other questions from Councillor Willens.
Sorry, is this my opportunity to respond?
No, the CAO has provided his response that you were not able to hear earlier. You had another 2 questions in response to Councillor Willens, I believe, in relation to specific issues ward by ward. And then Councillor Willens had also asked you whether or not it would be okay to maintain the status quo as per summarized by the CAO. So your
Okay.
point about wards 2 and 6.
Okay, and thank you. I think, first of all, thank you, and I think everyone can hear and see me now. I'd like to respond to those comments. Thank you, Madam Chair. The number I think that the councillor quoted, just to be clear, is 785. But I think this is a good question because we need to determine the intensity and the geographic spread of these complaints. We don't know. All we know is that there's 785 across the city. So whether it's Ward 2 or Ward 6, where are these coming from? And that's the data that I think is pertinent to this conversation. In terms of the second question around maintaining the status quo and the ban, I think it's really critical to ensure that we're looking at the right parameters here. And again, I want to remind this council that what was agreed on was a ban on the use after 11 p.m., which again is already embedded into your current bylaw, and prohibit the personal use of fireworks. The report asserts restricting the sale, purchase, possession, and discharge. That is very different from personal use. And I think that needs to be made clear. I think if a report is going to be deferred, we have to ensure that it is being deferred on the premise of the right components. And I think what is before you today, with respect, is not what this council agreed to on March 30th. The 10-foot rule, there will be others that may mention this. We certainly have mentioned it before. Brampton is the only city of over 4,400 across this country that has a rule on the height limitations of fireworks. No other city has that. And how do you impede people going to Vaughan or Mississauga or Mr. Jacobs in Etobicoke to at his store to purchase and bring those back? What's the plan for bylaw enforcement? How is that enforced? Are we going to set up spot checks on the 410? I think to suggest that would be laughable. So the time restrictions of 11 p.m. already exist. The 10-foot rule is very unique to Brampton, and quite frankly, is not in keeping with what the demand is from the consumer, from your residents. They don't want to use products of that nature. They want to have an opportunity to use the same products that are available to people across this country outside of the city of Brampton. I think that needs to be made clear.
Thank you very much, Aleem. Councillor Willens, any further questions? Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. Your questions to Aleem. And just a reminder to Aleem, we can't go back and forth into a debate, but Mayor Brown does have some questions.
Okay, thank
I
you.
appreciate I didn't hear Mayor Brown's question, so hopefully I'll have a chance to respond.
Thank you, Aleem. I know you're raising concerns on behalf of the Canadian National Fireworks Association. And I guess the first question I'd ask is enforceability. How do you think this would be enforced? And from your experience elsewhere, if there is restrictions in fireworks, will the sale of fireworks just happen outside of the municipality's boundary? And so, there's only so much capacity for bylaw to enforce, and so you want to have a bylaw that's actually enforceable. And what would your concerns be around the enforceability of this?
Thank you, Mayor Brown, for your question. I would honestly defer back to the staff of this very city that have made that comment very clear, that it is not possible to enforce. You can't stop people from shopping, as we don't stop people from shopping in other neighboring municipalities for any good. People come up to Brampton all the time to purchase cannabis from Mississauga because of restrictions there. The city of Mississauga, in trying to stop that, is not possible. And I know that the point was raised earlier that it's a federal regulation, but the comparison is the same. How do you enforce online purchases from being delivered? Are we going after people at their doors? Because this bylaw gives you that power. It is clearly not enforceable to have a ban.
Thank you, Aleem, and thank you for answering the question. Mayor Brown, any further questions?
So, and that's my concern, Aleem, that we can pass a bylaw, but if it's not enforceable, then it's more just saying something because it sounds nice. And so, I guess my question would be, from your data with the Canadian National Fireworks Association, where do people buy their fireworks? Could they purchase them on Amazon? Is there major distribution areas in Vaughan? Where do people get their fireworks?
Quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair, the products are purchased everywhere. They're purchased online. We've seen a complete shift through this COVID pandemic to stronger purchases online across multiple industries. The fireworks industry is not immune to that. People continue to purchase online, and they purchase from retailers, they purchase from different companies, and they get delivered. And that's going to continue. The demand is not going away, and that is something very troubling that this report does not address, and that is the continued demand during Diwali and other seasons, other parts of the year, be that Canada Day, May 2-4, etc. So the demand is not going away. The products will continue to be purchased online and in stores in close and, quite frankly, in far proximity to Brampton. There are people in Brampton that work across the region in Toronto. I think we all know that. And nothing is stopping them from purchasing in any other municipality and bring that back in to Brampton, the same way they bring back their groceries.
Thank you, Aleem, for answering the question. Mayor Brown, do you have anything
No,
further?
that's it. Thank you, Aleem.
Okay. Thank you, Aleem. I'm sorry if I'm cutting you off. It's just we have other delegates to deal with, and I was just looking for you to make sure that the question is answered. Any other members have any further questions for Aleem? Okay. I have a motion from Councillor Willens to, no receipt of delegations yet? Not till the end. Okay. Mr. Clerk, back to you for the next delegation.
The next registered delegate is Suk Kangura. I don't know if Suk is here, not online. The next registered delegate is Robbie Kara. Following that, Sapna Layal, Kuljit Sohal, Vernjit Kara, Kanavir Athwal, Manjot Sohal, Nikita Delvadia, Gangandeep Singh, Sherman Singh, Sonia Singh.
Oh, with Sherman.
Oh, Sherman.
Sherman. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Just to quickly touch on not repeating things. I think a major problem we have here, I've been living in Brampton my entire life. A big problem we have is education for fireworks, because Diwali is the only holiday that we shoot fireworks for that falls on a floating calendar. So thus, all of my neighbors never know when we're blowing up fireworks. They'll just come outside and be like, what's going on? And then we'll let them know, be like, hey, it's Diwali, we're shooting fireworks. Then they're all okay with it. If we have more education that lets everybody know in Brampton when fireworks are actually going off for Diwali, you wouldn't have 700 complaints. We don't have 700 complaints Victoria Day, Canada Day, because everybody knows when May 24 is. Everybody knows when Canada Day is. If we can push the narrative of when people are actually allowed to do fireworks and push more education on when fireworks are going to be set off, you won't be getting 700 complaints. Because like in neighborhoods with dense South Asian communities, I don't know exactly where the wards, you're mentioning that the wards have different numbers of complaints. I don't know if and I know in my neighborhood, during Diwali day, I don't see any bylaw, nobody ever complains because all of our neighborhood knows. Like I live in Gore and Castlemore, where we live, everyone blows off their fireworks, everyone does it safely. Another problem with education, I'm trying to make this quick because everybody got a lot of people talking. Disposal. A lot of problems fire will probably have is improper disposal of a firework. If you're banning fireworks, people bring them from outside, people are going to rush to get rid of them. That's how you're going to have them ending up in garbage cans. That's how you're going to have dumpster fires. That's how you're going to have houses burning down. We need to just educate people on how to properly use them, when to use them. And like what Tom was saying originally, it's the people in the industry that can actually push that. People aren't going to just dream and figure out how to do it. A lot of people are new to fireworks. I see new people doing fireworks every year. And if we can teach them how to use it, proper disposal, when they're going off, you're not going to get as many complaints. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. And Sherman, I have a question from Councillor Bowman for you.
Of course.
Thanks very much for coming up, delegating Sherman. Just a couple of comments on what you've said. The issue is certainly not just with Diwali for sure. During the May 2-4 weekend, I and probably several other councillors and 311 got calls, fireworks going off the Saturday, the Sunday, and then the Monday on Victoria Day. So it's certainly not that. Just this past weekend, I had 5 calls because there was fireworks going off on a Saturday night. I don't know what that was for. I don't know if we found out who was doing it, but yeah, it's and I understand the education part about floating holiday Diwali, but I guarantee you on Canada Day this year, which is a Friday, we're going to have fireworks Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. I can almost guarantee it. So, as far as the education piece goes, education can only go so far. But like I said, we've got people who just don't seem to care. They will let them off on any night. But you're absolutely right about the floating holidays. But it happens on the other holidays as well, unfortunately.
You're always going to have people who aren't following the rules. Smoke Free Ontario, we'll keep talking about marijuana. Smoke Free Ontario says you can't smoke in certain places. You're still going to see people walking down the smart sidewalk smoking weed.
Yep.
Right? You have bans on a lot of things. People get shot in Brampton. Guns are illegal in Brampton. Guns are illegal. People are still getting shot. You're gonna have the few people who still do it, but ruining it for the vast majority to save the few doesn't make logical sense. Because this is kind of like you can compare it with anything else that's illegal or when you can use certain items, but some people are just gonna do what they feel like doing, but because we can't stop them from buying. That's been reiterated over and over and over again. There's stores, Mississauga, Milton, Georgetown. You can buy fireworks anywhere. If you can't buy them in Brampton, the people are going to buy them. You can order them online, get it shipped right to your door in 2 business days.
Yep. No question about it. No
Like
question.
some people, you're right. You're 100% right. Like some people are not going to follow whatever rules there are, but the vast majority, I would say, do follow them. And if we can teach them, and a lot of people don't even know the rules. So if we can teach them the rules, maybe they'll start following them.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman and Sherman for that delegation. Mr. Clerk, back to you.
Next is Sonia Singh, followed by Billy Blanco, Manisha Patel, Olivia Oriat, Pavlo Kucher, Frank Cicerone, Franco Noche, Raji Kaur, Amrita Kaur, Gurjat Dami, Ravneek Bular, Simran Dhillon, Ranjit and Gurjit Sidhu, Kukaran Marbara, Minkle Batra, Karanveer Singh, Selena Gupta, Manjinder Thiera, Jagtaran Savdev, Kushbu Sahota. Oh, hi.
Thank you so much, Kushbu Sahota, for coming. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to actually hear us out. Good morning to everybody. It's been a long morning. Going off of what everyone's already kind of said, a lot of the major points were hit. Based off of this firework ban, what it seems is that my community personally, as well as the majority of Brampton, is taking a large hit with our major holiday. So I'm here just to speak mostly about Diwali, and I say that because that's kind of the center of where the ban lies. So ban was scheduled to go into effect on July 6th, conveniently after Canada Day and even Independence Day. So, and it runs until the early New Year. So looking at the demographic in Brampton, we do see that there is a heavy community from the South Asian side of the world. And the Diwali is a really, really big celebration in our culture. So to have something as important and symbolic as fireworks being taken away and being criminalized and legalized is not really fair, nor does it have the interest of residents in mind. So kind of bouncing off of what Sherman said earlier, to kind of take away something that's so not only beautiful but joyous, to save a small percentage of the community and taking away from the majority of Brampton is something that I do ask you to reconsider. So having said that, I do believe that, again, education on the use of fireworks is very important in our community, and no better place to do that from the experts who are handling them, delivering them, and selling them. They are the experts, not us. So we go to them, they will teach us, and they will educate us on how to use fireworks safely in our community. Not a day has gone by in my life that someone hasn't stopped to take photographs or share videos of fireworks or just stop to admire. So I feel like something as joyous and beautiful as fireworks should definitely not be banned. So I do ask that you reconsider on that note. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your delegation. I have no questions from members of council. Mr. Clerk, back to you.
I'll go back to number 32, Jagtaran Savdev. Jagtaran has joined remotely and is in the session now. Jagtaran, you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. You can unmute your mic.
Hey guys, how are you guys? Sorry, I've been living in Brampton my entire life. I was born and raised in Brampton. And every year I look forward to the Festival of Diwali. And the Diwali is known as the Festival of Lights, right? So without fireworks, I feel like there's no true definition to celebrate the event. because every year you get together with our family, you get the street on lockdown, you enjoy and go with all the fireworks. So, and you guys have band 10 feet above, so we're doing below that as well. And there's not many problems other than just effectively using the fireworks, I guess, right? But according to that, I guess banning them wouldn't make sense because they're already below 10 feet. And again, this was repeated many times where you can go to Mississauga, Etobicoke, or anywhere else and get the bigger fireworks and bring them to Brampton. So it just doesn't make sense to ban them.
Sorry, we're just going to have to stop for a moment. I just want to confirm that we have quorum present. I do see 4 members in their seats, Councillor Vasante, Councillor Willens, Councillor Bowman, Chair Santos. Online, I see Councillor Fortini and Councillor Medeiros. Can you confirm that's yourself? Councillor Medeiros? I see somebody identified as Martin. Okay. Okay, thank you. Members need to be in their seats for quorum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry for that interruption. Jagtaran, please go ahead.
Yep, so as I was saying, I was born and raised in Brampton. I've been in Brampton my entire life. Diwali is very close to our hearts. It's the festival of color and lights for us. So every year, this is the only time of year where we actually get to do fireworks as a family and as a group of Punjabis, because this is where our religion was pretty much born, right? This is where we created Sikhism, and this is the way we get to express our religion. So it's also repeated, I believe, someone had also said it was convenient how the fireworks were banned after July 6th, right after Canada Day. So it doesn't, kind of feels like we're getting attacked in a way for our religion or something, or expressing ourselves as a group of individuals in Brampton, where the majority of Bramptons are known by, or Indians in a way. So it's kind of feeling like a personal attack. And then on top of that, there's already a ban on any products over 10 feet, and we're not using any of those either, right? So we're going with just fountains. So I don't know what the harm can be created by just using fountains in our neighborhoods and just enjoying the color of light with our festival and families. And this is like the only time where we get to express ourselves again. So it just doesn't make sense banning fireworks or even small fountains just so that one city can't do fireworks.
Thank you very much, Jagtaran. There are no questions from members of Committee of Council. Mr. Clerk, back to you.
Next is 34, Dilba Singh, Sherman Heer, Navreet Kaur, Logan Johnston. Oh. Is it Navreet?
Good morning, everyone. So I'm just gonna probably add on to what everybody has said. Well, Diwali is actually our festival. It brings people around. Especially during the COVID time, nobody was allowed to go outside and meet their family and relatives. Now this is a time where we can actually like get together and then meet everybody. And then Diwali is an occasion where we can, everybody can get together and then enjoy this function. It's not only about only Sikhs. It's actually Hindus, Muslim, everybody get together in there. Especially India is a multicultural country as well, where we enjoy Diwali as one. So we would like to do over here as well. And on top, like Diwali, we usually celebrate with the family, so there are always adults around us. So it's not like we're gonna do something out of our league to do that. And considering even bringing the last incident which happened in Victoria Day, like 2-4 weekend, where I see like lots of people were shooting at the cops with the Roman candles. So I agree with the ban of Roman candles, but I do not agree with the ban of the fireworks. Even the 10 feet, again, I'm not really a fan with the 10 feet because you only get like fountains in there. I would prefer if you want to go like give us something that actually shoots up, we can enjoy the show as well. But if you can consider like even giving us a liberty so that we can do as well. Again, we can get those fireworks if we go to Etobicoke or even any other in Toronto location or even in Mississauga, we can get them. And we are only allowed to do fireworks 4 times a year. So it's just once a year, like where our culture would like to enjoy as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have no questions from members of Committee of Council. Mr. Clerk, go back to you.
Next, we have Logan Johnston, Harman Dhaliwal, Jaskaran Kaylee, Sanampreet Singh Binder, Kushkaran Chima, excuse me, Sam Tandy, Dewinder Singh, Dilshad Singh Panu, Ramandeep Sahota, Jasmandeep Singh. Oh, sorry, Jasmandeep Singh is online. So Jasmandeep, you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Jasmandeep Singh, you can unmute your mic. There you go. Good morning. Please proceed. Oh, you just muted your mic again. If you can just unmute it, please. So maybe we'll assist. We'll unmute your mic at our end. Jasmandeep,
Hello.
you can proceed.
Hello?
Yeah, you can proceed now. We can hear you.
So I want to say like it should not be banned because it's our religious festival and we use these fireworks to celebrate our festival and we meet the families. So we do not need to ban those fireworks due to like some guys like who put the like cakes or something like that in the sky. So lots of people who use fireworks on the driveways like fountains and ground spinners and sparkles, and they used to enjoy, and so that's why I think it should not be banned.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you, Jasmandeep. No questions from
Thank you.
Committee of Council. Mr. Clerk, back to you.
Through you, Chair Santos. Next is number 47, Harveer Singh Tajo. Harveer.
Yes.
Yeah, please proceed, Harveer.
Are you hearing?
Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay, good day all. So actually my request to continue to use of fireworks. So I'm opposing this. So adding on a little example like the alcohol. So we know that alcohol is causing many many crimes, road accidents, fights, and it leads to many other problems. What we never going to we never going to banning alcohol factories, alcohol manufacturers, and government itself selling the alcohol, right? So instead of banning alcohol, they are educating people. Like whenever we are on highway, we see that don't drink and drive. And at the same time, there are penalties and suspension of license and many more. So similarly, if we observing that fireworks causing any harms to the society, so instead of banning the fireworks, we need to educate the people. We have the time, we need to keep educating and awareness to the people, how to use fireworks safely. And at the same time, we can increase the penalties, we can strict the law, we can fix the grounds, and we can increase the penalties if we see somebody is misusing the fireworks. So banning should not be an option. So I request to continue use of fireworks, because it's only the 4 days that we are using, and our community, most of the they are using only celebrate the Diwali. So kids are waiting from years that this day will come, and people will come, have dinner together, and share the gift and celebrate fireworks. So it should be continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harveer. There are no questions from members of committee. Mr. Clerk, back to you.
Next.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Paleshi has requested a roll call. Mr. Clerk, a roll call, please.
So members of committee, a roll call has been requested. I'll call your name. Please indicate that you're present in the meeting. Councillor Dillon still appears to be absent. Just going to confirm that. Councillor Singh is present. Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Here, Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Medeiros?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman is present. Councillor Paleshi is present. Councillor Willens is present. Councillor Vasante? Present. And Chair Santos is present. There is a quorum, and there are 8 members present. The mayor is committee of council. The mayor can come and go. He's not counted for quorum or attendance.
So moving on with the list of delegates, Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Chair Santos. The next delegate is 48, Gursharan Kaur, Sam Singh, Mark Varan, Verinder Nagra, Munish Thiera, Sumit Mohan. Then we're at 54, Gaganpreet Dhaliwal. Gaganpreet is present online.
Yes. Yes. Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. You can proceed.
Hi. So good morning to all the members present. So I would like to say that the fireworks should not be banned, as the temporary ban that are imposing that is proposed from July 6th to next January 2nd, 2023. So as I'm speaking for a religious festival, Diwali. So because that festival holds special value in our heart, and like we have been celebrating it since our childhood, and fireworks plays an important role in it, because every year we are excited to see the firework, and since childhood we have been doing that, and we have been lighting fireworks, and it's called traditional thing, and banning it would create a ban on cultural freedom as well, because we can light fireworks on other days, but not on Diwali. That's related to some community. So I believe, yes, definitely we should prohibit the misuse of the fireworks, and there should be more education, there should be more education that can tell people, okay, how to use, and what's the safe way of doing it and everything, but banning should not be an option. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions from members of committee. Mr. Clerk, back to the list.
Next delegate is present online, Pardeep Nijar. Pardeep, you are in the session. You can unmute your mic, and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. So Pardeep doesn't appear to be present. Next is, we also understand is present Shane Cameron. Shane, you can unmute your mic. Please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Shane Cameron, and I'm the VP of Manufacturing and Product Development for Mystical Distributing Company. We are Canada's largest importer and manufacturer of fireworks, supplying Canadians with everything from handheld sparklers up to large commercial-grade display shells and everything in between. I'm here today to speak against restricting the sale, purchase, possession, or discharge of all permitted fireworks. I've been working in the fireworks industry for most of my life, and what some of you here today may not know is that Canada has some of the most restrictive fireworks standards in the world. Every firework approved for use is first authorized by the federal government. They're put through an extensive series of tests to ensure that every item meets the design and safety requirements in accordance with Natural Resources Canada. To best ensure that these legal, safe consumer fireworks are what is being used by the public, they should continue to have access to reputable stores in their own community to purchase from. If safety is of concern, why would you take away the ability for a resident to ask their retailer what, where, and how to use a product safely, and instead leave them to find products elsewhere, like online, or through the underground market. This is what will happen if you pass this report. The demand for consumer fireworks will not go away with a ban. Our member is a strong supporter of the Canadian National Fireworks Association, whose mission is to promote fair access and safety in the sale and use of fireworks through public education, advocacy with regulators, and member compliance. The CNFA has done a tremendous job promoting fireworks awareness, education, and safety through several different channels. Some of these include developing a vendor certification and employee training course, a Be a Good Neighbor campaign, and creating an amazing resource of information on their website, including safety tips, safety videos, and other industry-related resources that can be downloaded and used by vendors. Many of these resources are available in both English and Punjabi. The CNFA could be a great resource to the city of Brampton. As a society, we trust that Canadians know how to abide by safety guidelines to enjoy fun activities. We do this with candles on birthday cakes and campfires during the summer. We ask that Council does not approve this report and allows its residents to continue to celebrate with consumer fireworks safely as you do other activities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Shane. Mr. Clerk, no questions. Back to you for the list.
Number 57 is Jakvinder Damrait, followed by Serena Sekon, then Ginny Sahota, and number 60, Bill Reno, General Manager, Mystical Distributing Company, is present online. Bill, you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Bill Reno. I'm General Manager of Mystical Distributing. As Shane pointed out, we have we're the largest manufacturer, importer, and wholesaler of professional and consumer fireworks in Canada for the past 30 years. Our products adhere to the world's strictest standards on the manufacture, labeling, and importation of fireworks to ensure that they are safe to use by all Canadians. As a result, there are over 4,000 legally regulated safe consumer fireworks in Canada. As you've heard, fireworks are an integral part of the Diwali tradition in Brampton, as well as other traditions in Canada, such as Victoria Day, Canada Day, Halloween, New Year, and Lunar New Year, just to name a few. Diwali is a celebration of color and light, where the positivity of light defeats darkness. It's been celebrated for centuries worldwide, and 1 billion people across the planet celebrate Diwali. Yes, we're in the business to supply this market so families can enjoy fireworks at Diwali with safe and legal products. Like Christmas, the Diwali season stimulates the economy locally, which helps them get through hard economic times, such as what we're going through now. We support the critical logistics and transportation industries that are crucial to Brampton's economic development clusters. These logistics and transportation companies deliver fireworks across the city and beyond. This is an example of the spin-off effect and induced economic impact my company has on Brampton. We are proud that this impact supports additional jobs and investment into the city. If Brampton chooses to ban fireworks, you're cutting off a tradition enjoyed by Brampton and Canadians at large. You're affecting the close family bonds who count on the business and the fun of fireworks. You're cutting off hundreds of jobs at the worst time since the Great Recession in the early 2000s. Please keep the tradition alive for Brampton residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill. And Mr. Clerk, back to you for the final list.
Our last two registered delegates were Karnveer Chahal, followed by number 62, the added delegation of Maninder Bhatti. And Chair Santos, that concludes the delegations registered.
Thank you very much. Do any members have any further questions regarding the delegations? Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Yeah, just one final comment that we've kind of overlooked it, and from either the manufacturers and municipalities across Canada and across the world, actually. There's one thing that they're not addressing in a lot of the reports, and it's the in terms of climate change. You know, we've all declared climate emergencies across the world, across the country, but all these pretty colors and different effects that are achieved by the fireworks, there's a lot of those are caused by chemical combinations of lithium salts or sodium salts. And when these go off, the salts explode and they release smoke and gases. It's beautiful, it is. It's nice in the air. Everybody loves it. But these smokes contain the 3 essential gases that are contributing to climate change. That's carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen. They're all responsible for climate change. So I think by referring this back to staff, maybe we'll just go with status quo. We can include that part of it because Brampton has declared a climate emergency. And maybe this will help the manufacturers address this issue because there are greener and more eco-friendly fireworks, but although they're not that great either. But maybe that's something that they can include in the report, and maybe we can work with the manufacturers, the distributors, and see if we can't come up with somewhere we can meet everybody in the middle. And I totally understand the people that want to celebrate, and thank you for coming and delegating today, because I'm sure you're the ones that are firing the fireworks off safely and in a confined area where you can enjoy it on your celebration. So maybe we'll put a pause on it for now, and that way you can celebrate Diwali this year. I do see the point. Why was July 6th the cutoff? Because it does eliminate other cultures. So let's put it on pause for now, and we'll come back with a report later. We'll leave it up to staff when the report comes back. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whillans. So just for clarification, I'm hearing a referral back to staff. Is that correct? Okay, so for the status quo to be maintained and a referral of this report back to staff to, I guess, consider the delegations today as to consult with the industry. I'm looking at my colleagues, Councillor Singh, refer back to staff. Okay, can you turn your mic on for us, please?
Sorry. Consult the industry and also consult the residents as well. A lot of residents didn't know about today's report. So we also have elections coming up. No better way to consult than elections as well. So I think buying some time will make sure whatever options we pick, because we can't be changing them or going back. So whatever options we pick, we all agree and everybody's had their input.
Thank you very much. And we do have another amendment from Councillor Whillans about the climate change issue. Councillor Whillans, did you want to add something specifically about climate action?
No.
No?
No, they can include a report. There's lots of information on it.
Okay. Is that enough direction for you? I'm looking to the CAO on that one. Perfect. Thank you very much. And since Diwali is on election day, and obviously this is being put on pause, I'm going to advocate on behalf of the clerk to encourage everyone to vote on October the 24th, despite it being Diwali. Motion moved by Councillor Singh. Anyone opposed? Thank you, that motion carries, and thank you to all delegates for advocating for something that you believe in and participating in democracy. Thank you for coming today. It is 10 minutes to noon. We are going to take a lunch break, and I'm going to look at my colleagues to see for how long. 1 hour. We will return at 12:51 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
So members of committee, just before we get started, there are 5 members in the chamber: Councillor Vasante, Councillor Paletti, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Singh, Chair Santos. Online, I currently do not see any other members, so we will we'll wait to ensure that we achieve quorum. Bless you. Andres is here instead of Chris. So we do have quorum present with Councillor Willens in attendance. There are 6 members present. Chair Santos.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch break, and we will resume Committee of Council beginning with item number 7.1, an update regarding government relations matters, and we have Andreas joining us today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of Council. Through the Chair, the Regional Council is meeting tomorrow, June 23rd at 9:30 a.m. The Peel Living Annual General Meeting is also taking place at 9 a.m. prior to the Council. We have reviewed the Regional Council agenda and have reached out to departments for comments. Next slide, please. Item 8.2 is a Housing Service 2021 Annual Report, which provides an overview of key accomplishments this term of Council and through 2021. The regional staff is in the process of evaluating the Affordable Housing Incentives Pilot Program and will return to the Regional Council with recommendations for a permanent program in July 2022. City staff will be monitoring this process as it will impact how Brampton provides incentives. Next slide, please. We also wanted to flag item 8.4, which provides an update on the growth management program and a report on monitoring the Region of Peel's growth forecasts and development charge performance. This is an annual report, and similarly to the region, the city finance staff continue to monitor the housing market closely and update operating departments as part of the annual budget process. We did also want to flag 2 more items. One is 11.1, which outlines approach to development of the 2023 budget, including timelines, as well as item 11.2, which provides an overview and impact of heightened inflation on regional services. City staff monitor these developments as well and track specific impacts to the city. Next slide, please. In provincial updates, the province has announced that the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario will preside over the swearing-in ceremony for Premier Ford and the new Executive Council of Ontario. This will take place on Friday at 10 a.m. The GR team will provide council members with a briefing note outlining the composition of the new Ontario cabinet and initial assessment. Following the announcement, GR team will work with Mayor's office on initial outreach to ministers through congratulatory letters, similar to letters sent to Premier and the newly elected Brampton MPPs. We will leverage this opportunity to provide an initial outline of city's key priorities and potential opportunities for collaboration. So we'll use this to essentially do some background work and lay down the groundwork for AMO that is happening in mid-August. We also wanted to provide you with an update on a meeting of Ontario Big City Mayors that took place last Friday, June 17th. As a result of the meeting, the mayors have issued a call for an emergency joint meeting with the province to find solutions and address issues around chronic homelessness, mental health, safety, and addictions in communities. The mayors have called on the province to work collaboratively with municipalities and other stakeholders to address these challenges. We will continue to monitor work by Ontario Big City Mayors and, where possible, incorporate that advocacy into our own work as a city. Next slide, please. In federal developments, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance outlined the $8.9 billion federal affordability plan, which highlights initiatives outlined in the spring budget that aim to address pressures and cost of living issues that relate to inflationary pressures as well as external impacts. Also, the government has announced the launch of a new initiative called Age Well at Home. Organizations will be able to apply for funding for projects through 2 streams. The application deadline is July 22nd, 2022, and we're reviewing this opportunity for potential either application or to ensure that partners and community are aware of this opportunity. Next slide, please. Also, speaking of federal developments, in response to a direction by Council, we are now able to confirm a date for a meeting with Brampton members of Parliament. The meeting is scheduled for June 28th, and it will provide an opportunity for Council and members of Parliament to highlight key issues, share updates, and identify opportunities for collaboration. We're working on an agenda for the meeting and are in contact with Council members of Council to ensure that the meeting is as productive as possible. And there are no AMO or FCM updates for this week. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Andres. There is one question from Councillor Koleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Andreas, for the delegation, for the update. On the affordable housing aspect of it, in terms of what the region's doing, I guess what I'm hearing from the private sector is there really isn't much discussion on, between the developers and the region. And I know we've been having those discussions with the developers to find out what affordable housing means in the city of Brampton. And what I'm hearing is opportunities, different levels of opportunities. Of course, you need other levels of government, but the options for what the private sector can bring to the table. And I think that's where we need to be open and have that dialogue and conversation with the industry. So I don't know what level of detail planning here at the city of Brampton is taking part in terms of with the region, but I'd like to hear a little bit if we have planning on the horn to let us know what's happening if we're having those discussions with them.
I can maybe just start off by saying that we are acting, supporting planning on the follow-ups to a recent report on Bill 109 that very much touches on that, and we have been engaging with both the region, Mississauga, Caledon, industry, as well on the GR side. We have reached out to AMO, and we're having these conversations in terms of what are the options, what are the possibility for collaboration, also to ensure that we speak in one voice with the province and stakeholders as we look for solutions.
Mm-hmm. And it can't just be the region, the municipality, and the developer. The province and the federal government have to be a part of that. But there's also outside organizations like CAMH has a program right now that there's a borrowing percentage that you can utilize through CAMH to get a lower interest rate on the big borrows, like if the developer is borrowing in the hundreds of millions of dollars, or they can utilize this program somehow. So I'm hearing more options as we continue to talk about the affordable housing. I'm sure affordable housing in 20 years is going to look a little bit different than we're even having those conversations as options come up. The other thing that I just recently found out, and I had no idea, that the region doesn't do any upfront financing, upfront cost for the development industry to put their services into the ground and for the region to finance it years down the road. We've been doing it for a long time, well before any of our time up here, but I don't know the pros and cons. We've never really talked about that. So I think it's coming to regional council. What I don't want to do is I don't want to be, taken back by a report coming to regional council to say, I don't know if Mississauga does it, and I don't know what they're going to say about it, but I don't want to be sitting around regional council and all these people are saying, no, it's a terrible thing to do. So maybe if we can have that discussion with planning as well, and maybe bring something back to council to say, what are the pros and cons? From my understanding, the developer, puts it in the ground, pays for it up front. We pay them a couple years down the road, and it's cheaper for us in the long term. But that's just the kind of politician's high level of what I know about it, because we've never really talked about it here. So if we could have that conversation too.
Through the chair, from GR perspective, we'll engage with our colleagues in planning and make sure that when that report is presented at region, that we have that information available to you.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We have a motion moved by Councillor Koleshi to receive the presentation from GR today. Anyone opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. Next item is Community Services 8.1.1, a staff presentation regarding the Community Safety Plan, and we have Rasmeen Saeed, Manager, Community Safety and Wellbeing Office, Community Services. Rasmeen, welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Oh, it's not morning anymore, but good afternoon, members of council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present to you, and thank you for your commitment to this work. I just want to check you guys can hear me properly. I had to lower this a little bit. I'm excited to present this City of Brampton's first Community Safety Action Plan. Next slide, please. Today I'm going to walk us through the evolution of community safety in Brampton. I'll touch on the development process, followed by an overview of the inputs and data which led us to our guiding principles. After going through each area of focus, we'll then take a look at the action plan in comparison to the Regional Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. And finally, we'll wrap up with some next steps. Next slide, please. This may be the first of its kind for the city, but this work has been ongoing for a number of years. This work began last term when the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee was established in 2017, and when there were conversations about the Police Services Act, including a new legislative requirement for municipalities. From 2018 to 2020, we focused on a number of emerging issues that came up through the advisory committee, through council, and through community town halls. We're also actively contributing to the Peel Community Safety Wellbeing Plan at this time. Jump forward to last year, when you all established a Community Safety Wellbeing Office to allow for additional support and resources for this work. Since then, we've been working on resourcing the office and developing the action plan. Today, we're hoping to receive your approval on the draft. I would like to mention that a comprehensive list of initiatives under the community safety portfolio and across the corporation by multiple divisions can be found on Appendix D of the draft action plan. Next slide, please. Now that we've had our Canadian Heritage Minute, I'll walk us through our development process for the action plan itself. This slide highlights our process of researching, analyzing our existing data, and engaging partners. An important note is that this work was completed in consultation with many stakeholders. Next slide, please. We recognize that a safe community is not achieved in isolation. Here we see the numerous inputs and data that contributed to the action plan. This work is grounded in the provincial Community Safety Wellbeing Framework, and you'll notice that this lives throughout the plan. Each tactic is assigned to a level of intervention. For resident engagement, each tactic, we have analyzed the data and we've received through the Nurturing Neighborhood program, which provided us with Brampton-specific data. We hosted a Citizen Advisory Committee strategy session, and we have analyzed the information and data gathered in town halls, meetings, and other engagements since 2017. All of this brought us to where we are today. Next slide, please. Our vision, an empowered and connected Brampton where everyone feels safe, has a sense of belonging, and has their needs met. And we aim to accomplish this by collaborating with multi-level partners. Our process also led us to 3 areas of focus: safety, awareness, and empowerment. Next slide, please. On the next 3 slides, you'll find information summarizing each area of focus along with some past or existing initiatives. The tactics that are being proposed are tactics that build on the work that's been previously completed, as well as the work that's new work that's required. Through analysis, we learned that residents simply want to have their concerns validated and actioned. So our intent with this area is to provide mechanisms to hear from residents and then provide them with tools to address safety together. An existing initiative we'll move forward with and expand is the participation in the Peel Situation Table. This table is comprised of about 25 service organizations that meet weekly to provide expedited solutions to specific cases. We have piloted this tool with fire and will be working to expand it across the city. The Peel Situation Table is also a solution listed in the Peel Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. A new tactic we're proposing is developing home and property crime prevention guides in collaboration with our partners. Next slide, please. One of the things we heard from residents is that they aren't always aware of the work being done in the community or the resources and services available. An existing initiative is the Family and Intimate Partner Violence Campaign. The collective group led by the region has launched 2 successful campaigns and is currently planning its 3rd. A new tactic we're proposing is a newsletter to promote programs we are leading or programs that our partners are leading. We can also use this as an opportunity to highlight the work of residents, to showcase positive examples. I would like to note that we'll be collaborating with our strategic communications team for all of our tactics related to communications. Next slide, please. Lastly, we believe that when residents feel safe and when they are aware of the resources and tools available to them, then they'll be more inclined to take some action. We recognize that residents have different engagement levels based on their time restrictions and interest, so we're offering various opportunities for interaction. For example, people can be involved at a minimum by attending our public education events or by becoming a friend of the office and registering for our newsletters. For those with some more time and wanting structure, they can join our volunteer program. And for those that would like to take action with our support, we have a few additional options. I want to highlight that the Nurturing Neighborhood program lives within this area, and that we're looking forward to moving the program forward in a hybrid fashion this year, both virtually and in person. We'll be sending out communication shortly. Before we move on to the next section, I want to emphasize that this is a living plan, and that we have incorporated elements that will allow us to be flexible and adapt as we need. This iteration is really to set the foundation. Next slide, please. We have included the slide to showcase our commitment to ensuring we are working alongside the Peel Community Safety Wellbeing team. Where the Peel plan addresses systemic changes, our plan takes a more place-based approach and works with the community to identify what is needed and what we can do at the municipal level. Our plan will feed into the Peel plan and inform the necessary systemic changes, but will mostly be focusing on neighborhood-level solutions. Next slide, please. So we listened, we took all that information back, and we developed an action plan. Now we're going back to the community and asking for their feedback. We believe that everyone has a role to play in maintaining a safe community, which is why we've incorporated the community throughout the process and will continue to do so. We have developed some tools for our community participation process. One of those tools is our new website. Residents will be able to access us through our Contact Us form and access the plan and other resources. The next tool, which is displayed here on this slide, it might look like a lot of information, but this is what our industry calls a plan on a page. It's a summary of the entire plan. To reach as many people as possible, we've also translated this to 11 languages. Folks will also be able to book a meeting with one of our team members using the Quadrant Coordinator section of the website. And for in-person opportunities, we'll be presenting the action plan to residents through our Nurturing Neighborhood workshops. Also, look out for us for some exciting social media polls throughout the summer. Next slide, please. To summarize, we've launched the Community Safety Wellbeing website. We're going back to the community for feedback, and we're looking forward to presenting a final plan before the end of the year. This type of work takes trust, which takes time. Our intention with this plan is to build on the existing work and create a sustainable foundation to continue to build on. I want to reiterate that this plan will be adapting and evolving to ensure we are capturing the emerging trends and we are working proactively. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Rasmeen. And there's a question from Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That timeline is incredible. I don't think I've ever seen an action plan done so quickly. Congratulations to you and your team. I attended the lunch and learn. I appreciated having those discussions. I like in the plan the separation from city responsibilities and regional responsibilities, even though we're always going to have a little bit of duplication. So not really any question. I understand that. I think everybody really understands that there's going to be duplication, but I like that you've identified in this plan that these are the separations, so it's better understanding for everybody, not only us, but the residents as well. I went on the website. What I'd like to see, I think, differently on the website is actual links. I know there's always, like, even our City of Brampton website or any websites, you have the drop down where you can access everything, but within the body of the website, you had, I think the Nurturing Neighborhoods, I think was highlighted. If you could click on that, and then that takes you to the Nurturing Neighborhoods piece of it, like actual links being embodied in that front page with the drop-down menu, I think that would be good. Maybe I like this logo. I think that's pretty cool looking logo, different. What I do remember about the website is, it was just yesterday, I should remember more, but I think there was, when you put your cursor over top of Nurturing Neighborhoods, it highlighted it, but it highlighted from white to blue. And I don't know if there's opportunity to incorporate colors or anything like that. I know that Councillor Bowman doesn't like colors because he's he's color challenged. But actually having those links and maybe colors is an opportunity.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Pelesci, for your comments. We'll definitely take all of that back and work through those suggestions. I agree. Let's make things as easy as possible on this website. It's open for anyone that would like to provide feedback. We would like to make sure that it's something that residents and others use and is a tool for everyone.
Yeah. So, and sorry, I have a couple more comments. What I'd like to see in terms of, community safety, and I know that we at the City of Brampton, we have our own social media platform where it's, everything goes out through there. I would like to see community safety have its own handle and push things out and not have to, like, our City of Brampton one could be the kind of piggybacking or supporting it by the, retweets, reposts. But I think community safety, if we're gonna, take this serious and get people involved into actual community safety and safety matters in the community, I think it needs to have its own beast. It needs to be, off and running and doing its thing. So if that's something that can be done, I would appreciate it. My future, and I said this at our Lunch and Learn, I can see community safety one day having like award ceremonies across the city and handing out awards to people in the community that have shown the dedication that they have in community safety and making their community safety safe. And maybe one day it's something bigger than that. Maybe it's a gala that we're having to showcase all the community safety in the City of Brampton. I think that's something that it's not this year, it's not next year, but something in the future. I think that certainly can be done and should be done here at the city. If we're going to be serious, we take it. We talk about it all the time, and we're just about to go into an election where every single one of us, I think, some people haven't put their names in yet, but they're going to be knocking on doors, and community safety is going to be the number one. And Mayor Brown always talks about how taxes are number one, community safety is second. I've always felt that community safety was first, and taxes are number two. And I think some of my colleagues would agree, some may disagree, but you knock on doors, and we're going to be doing that very shortly. That's going to be the number one. And then we come into the election, and then we start, talking about community safety and stuff. So I think this is a fantastic plan. It's a great start. I'm glad you indicated that it's kind of the working plan, and it's, I would like to see a little clip on here somewhere say, "Do not put on shelf." And it's evolving. It continues. Not allowed to be put on a shelf. It's and I know your office won't, but I think that it's important to highlight the fact that this is really important. I'll stop now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pelesci. Rasmeen, if you want to, you can respond.
Through the chair, I just want to say that, yes, Councillor, and to all members of council, this is definitely a working document. This is something that we will adapt. And as we do our engagements and go forward with our community participation process, this will evolve, and throughout the years as well. We've seen since 2017 how much this has evolved and how much this portfolio has grown, and we anticipate and we're ready for that change. And thank you for your support.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions on the board, permission for the chair to speak and ask questions. Thank you very much. Congratulations and amazing work. I attended the Lunch and Learn as well with Councillor Vicente and was really impressed and provided some feedback ahead of time. And so know this presentation probably 2 times over now. And you should be very proud of what you've accomplished over the past few years. I have a couple of questions. The first one was we had a delegation about the International Students Initiative and the summit that's coming up. And if we go to slide number 9 of 13 of the presentation, one of the things that has come up at the various 5 roundtables is that international students don't necessarily are looking for a sense of belonging within their neighborhood and a sense of understanding of how to work and be within the neighborhood. And so I'm just making a suggestion here in terms of the goal to have residents having an increased sense of belonging. How can we include the international student side of things into our Nurturing Neighborhoods program, especially when it comes into empowerment?
Thank you for the question through the chair. With the Nurturing Neighborhood program, and I know over the years we have all worked on it and added different pieces to it. As you know, it lives with our office now, and there's an opportunity for us to engage residents that haven't traditionally been engaged, and those include the international students. We are part of the Town and Gown working group, and we will be attending the summit as well to make sure that that those issues are presented, and we'll make efforts to include international students within our Nurturing Neighborhoods program and walk-in workshops as well as the surveys to have their voices heard.
Wonderful, because I think it's a really good opportunity. When Councillor Vicente and I in 2019 did those Nurturing Neighborhood walks in our various areas, residents would always bring up, you know, that house over there has like 10 international students living there, and look at the garbage over here, and they're not taking care of the property. And I think that has fed into the stigma associated with international students, or for some reason international students is the reason why things are so bad. And I think the more we engage them into things like Nurturing Neighborhoods program, they will feel safe, and we'll start to break down some of those stigmas. So thank you very much for that. My other question is in regards to just the language translation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing, our Community Safety Office website. I'm assuming we're going to do some translation for a lot of this material.
For the materials that our office puts out, like the plan on the page, we will have them translated into multiple languages. I think our standard is 10 plus 11, so I think it's the top 10 languages plus French. And so the materials that we put out will definitely include, will be translated into different languages. One of the features that we would like to also explore is having staff that speak different languages attend the walk-in workshops that will be able to kind of communicate, interact with residents that don't traditionally look to English as their primary language.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Rasmeen and team who are here today. Any further questions from members of council? Nope. I have it. We can deal with the report, I assume as well, Mr. Clerk. Motion moved by Councillor Pelletier to receive the presentation as well as the report from staff. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, congratulations, well done.
Thank you so much.
Next item on the agenda is, I believe, 8.1.2 staff presentation, 2022-2023 Urban Forest Management Plan. And I see Ed at the podium. Ed, welcome, and go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you everyone for having us here today. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. My name is Ed Fagan, Director of Parks Maintenance and Forestry Division. Today I'm sharing a presentation on Brampton's first Urban Forest Management Plan. Next slide, please. We're here today in the interest of Brampton's urban forest, which includes all trees and their growing environments within the municipal boundaries. One of the greatest concerns we face today is the effects of climate change. Maintaining and enhancing the urban forest will mitigate some of the effects. Based on the Region of Peel study, the City of Brampton has an urban forest canopy coverage of 18%. As we know, the urban forest is a vital asset to both the city and residents, providing environmental, economic, and societal benefits. Therefore, it's important to protect the urban forest. Next slide, please. The Brampton Urban Forest Management Plan, also known as the UFMP, is the first of its kind for Brampton and will serve as a guide for the next 10 years. The foundation of this plan is built on the background review and analysis report of Brampton's urban forest, strategic framework, and an implementation plan. The UFMP supports strategies such as Living Mosaic Brampton 2040 Vision, Grow Green Environmental Master Plan, Natural Heritage Environmental Management Strategy, 1 Million Trees Program, and the Peel Region Urban Forest Strategy. Next slide, please. The project began in late 2019 in developing a 10-year framework and strategic roadmap for how Brampton will protect, enhance, and maintain its forest. A comprehensive assessment of the current status of Brampton's urban forest management took place, which developed the background analysis review. There were 2 phases of engagement that support the strategic framework and implementation plan. Throughout the process, participants expressed strong support for the Brampton UFMP. Next slide, please. Engagement with both internal and external stakeholders played a crucial part in the development of the plan. This was in partnership with Strategic Communications, Information Technology, and the Environmental Planning Team, which were key stakeholders. An art contest was initiated for members of the community to participate. The city received over 250 art submissions from residents. 450 survey responses were received, and various workshops with feedback and contributions from the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation and 6 nations of the Grand River. Through the surveys conducted, common areas of interest included planting, protecting, engagement, and awareness of the urban forest. Overall, there's great support for the 1 Million Trees program and resources to support the urban forest. Next slide, please. Here are some of the 250 art pieces submitted from residents to the Brampton Urban Forest Art Contest in 2020. There are many great submissions to the contest, and the winner is captured on the cover of the UFMP, submitted by Suhana Hayter. A total of 38 art submissions are incorporated through the plan to recognize the talent and creativity of Brampton residents. All the submissions from the contest are showcased on the city's website. Next slide, please. A vision was established for Brampton's urban forest. It highlights the urban forest as a keystone component of a healthy, sustainable, equitable, and resilient community, and to serve as a guide for the present and future years to come. Next slide, please. The UFMP has established 5 strategic goals to manage Brampton's urban forest, and they are understand, maintain, grow, protect, and engage. Altogether, the UFMP outlines 36 action items for implementation within the next 10 years. Next slide, please. To support the 5 strategic goals, upon approval of the UFMP, priorities will include improve upon the urban forestry services and programs, collect and maintain the inventory of city-owned trees, review and enhance policies and programs relating to the protection and maintenance of trees. Next slide, please. A phased implementation approach will be taken in response to the 36 action items outlined in the UFMP. The first stage will be to initiate the plan by implementing actions that are achievable with existing staffing and resources, such as the completion of an urban forest canopy and structure study, develop and implement a young tree structural pruning program, enhance existing tree maintenance programs and practices. As an example, the installation of approximately 1,000 water bags as a pilot project throughout the city in 2022, as well as information sharing with internal and external stakeholders on the urban forest. The second stage will be to expand the urban forestry section, to complete the city tree inventory project, and for increased support with operations and strategic planning. Staff will provide council with a request for resources during budget deliberations. The 5-year mark will involve evaluating actions taken since the implementation of the UFMP, assessing the urban forestry resource strategy, prioritizing remaining action items for year 2027 to 2032. With this approach, the intent is to follow up annually with an update on the UFMP to council. Next slide, please. And I think that takes us to the end, so I'd like to thank you, everyone, for your time, and we'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Ed, for your presentation. We have a question from Councillor Whillans.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you, Ed, for the report and the work from the consultants. I guess it was Beacon Environmental and Amanda Kennedy Consulting. There's no doubt the City of Brampton and other municipalities are facing challenges from their both the natural and the urban forest due to the effects of climate change. So, let alone from the development. So I feel for you guys for sure trying to protect them. I really like the prioritizing and the preservation over replacement. I mean, we probably wouldn't have that delegation here this morning about the Huttonville Forest if we had had something in place 15 years ago. So I think we should really start looking at that. Councillor Kleshina, as well as the other councillors in their area, they've had a lot of destruction from forests, I guess, that didn't seem to be deemed savable by the developers for obvious reasons, but I think we really got to start carefully looking at that. I mean, Councillor Kleshina, especially in the Huttonville area, Ward 6 area, there's a lot of trees that, possibly could have been preserved, so I think we really got to emphasize on that. But I guess my question really would be is, what does this council have to do moving forward in 2023? I know that there could be some possible couple staff, and I think it's very important that we have much like Ottawa has that forestry guy right in the planning part of it, where they're implemented in all the decisions on the planning process, so they can gauge and measure and identify what trees and what canopy should be kept. So you just let us know what you have to do, Ed, and this council certainly will support you. But thanks very much for all the great work, and it was an excellent report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Go ahead, Ed, sorry.
Through the chair, yes, as a next steps, we plan on coming back in 23 with an organized approach in regards to resources that will support some of these current action items that will not be implemented today, the remaining 32 action items. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you again. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. It's a great start. Something that we have been seeing around council, which was verified in the report, is we do have an issue around diversity of the trees. I saw the 3 species that were highlighted. I think Norway maple is the most common, or I could be wrong, but that's what I thought I saw in the report. No, I'm saying yes. Anyway, there was 3 that we're heavily reliant on, and we need to obviously work on making a tree population that's very diverse, given the risk of disease and climate change. So I don't know, how do you plan to integrate that into the future work?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Singh. One of the first approaches for 23 will be engaging in an active tree inventory. That data that was provided was just some interim data we've collected over the last couple of years with internal resources. So it's probably, we have about 40% of our tree population current. So I think the first step is understanding what we're dealing with. So that will be engaging the tree inventory project. And then from there, that will help us pave the path going forward in regards to the diversity. Correct, it was highlighted that there were 3 species. And having that inventory and the data in hand could actually provide a little more detail and help us moving forward.
Yeah, I found the page. So Norway maple 20%, little leaf Indian, linden 12%, and honey locust 10%. So that would be something I'll be looking forward to. Secondly, I did see a reference to it in the report, but I guess just given some of the delegations that happened the other day, and we've talked about this as well, is mature trees. We do have some older trees in certain areas that we want to keep preserved, and so cutting them down should never be an option. As a last resort, if we can move them, we should have some programs to do that. Obviously, we shouldn't touch them, but sometimes there's developments where they're not as protected or whatnot. So we have to look at moving and never cutting. And I want to know if we can integrate that somehow in this report as well in this work.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Singh. There is a couple action items in regards to looking at our tree preservation bylaw today. That's probably one of the key action items we would look at. Currently, it's at 30 centimeters. So looking at that process in a little more detail and putting a little more teeth into it in regards to arborist reports. So there's a couple action items specific out of the 36 that will help with that. And in regards to the development piece, that's something, yes, as an action item as well, to look into that, as Councillor Willens had said as well, preserve over cut. If it's tree spading, for instance, and moving some of these larger trees that can possibly be moved within the it could be a development or any site, for sure, looking forward, we'll be trying to preserve.
Yeah, and we're sort of what's that criteria? I know we have the 30 centimeter rule, but especially the older trees. You know, we're not going to get that growth unless we wait 100 years. So, you know, as a last resort, looking at moving them, even if it's possible, maybe it's not even possible, and we have to build around it, right? But we build around it then. But just tightening those policies up would be a priority for me. I'm just thinking, I know some areas where it's pretty clear land, but there's some old willow trees on them, and it just pains me that they have to be cut down. And, you know, if it's, I don't know what the technology is like, but if we can even move them, residents in my area, you know, have a state area, whatever, they'd love to have them on their property. So I don't know what that looks like. I'm just thinking out loud, but please take a look at it.
No, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarification question first. When we're talking about the management plan and our tree preservation bylaw, that's for like across the city, right? It's private and public?
Correct. Through the chair, Councillor Paleshi, the tree preservation bylaw is in regards to private trees. The urban forest management plan is, you know, sort of the strategic roadmap for all trees.
Across the city?
That's
okay.
correct.
You know, and I had heard that there was a couple comments about, you know, people cutting their trees down or developers cutting their trees down. But let's not forget, you know, the greatest tree catastrophe in the city of Brampton was the ice storm, where Heart Lake lost 85% of its tree canopy, more than anywhere else in the city. City of Brampton was hit harder than anywhere else in the province. So having, and you know, you go down areas like on Fanshawe, Conestoga, or Ed, where you and I were yesterday at 4:30 on Fernbrook Crescent there and in Stonegate, looking at the trees there. Those trees are finally becoming mature trees. And then we have a contractor in there, and thank you again, Ed, for coming out and meeting me yesterday with the residents. Contractors in there ripping up roots all along the boulevard. And we're not even sure what, you know, we're going to look at. Ed's going to take care of it and make sure that, you know, these trees are going to be okay. But, you know, the residents are absolutely going nuts. And I think that's a big part of it too, right? We just had, what, 2 weeks ago, this big windstorm that, you know, again, took down a lot of trees. I know just in Heart Lake alone on Conservation Drive, some major, like, probably 100-year-old trees are gone now. You know.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Paleshi. And yes, in regards to 2013, yeah, there was estimated 50,000 trees lost there. And again, back to as great Councillor Singh and Councillor Willens as in preserve, we will look into, you know, the discussion yesterday, but I can let you know that our planning, landscape architects, and technologists, there is scope in the contracts, which was it's great, but we can always revisit and look at maybe again tighten up some processes, for instance. And I think over the next couple of months as well, looking into the action items moving forward, we'll have a better plan as in strategically prioritizing the next 32 action items.
Yep. No,
and that is a key focus.
That's good, Ed. And, you know, Councillor Willens and I have talked about this before when we're talking about planning applications and the planners are before us. You know, Councillor Willens and I are asking for more mature trees. We're not asking for these great, big, massive things that are, you know, 20-feet bulbs that you have to plant, but we don't want to see saplings anymore because saplings have, it's almost like it's 50-50. You don't know if they're going to survive. You don't know if they're going to die. With all the trees that we've recently planted, again, on conservation, more of the west end of conservation, you know, a lot of those trees are doing really well, right. But there's some that, you know, and we're going to have to go back. And then again, behind Somerset School, same thing. Some of those trees aren't doing very well either. Saplings are tough, right? But more mature trees and going into the, you know, development industry to say, you know, this is what we expect, I think is better serving for us for sure.
No, through the chair, thank you, Councillor Paleshi. And we do look at, when we are replanting, standard tends to be a 60 millimeter, 70 millimeter tree. But I know in our valley lands and such, we do a bit of a hybrid approach as well. So a bit of a mix of larger caliper to smaller. But again, this is something we will be digging deeper into.
Excellent. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Ed. Thank you for all the assistance you've given, especially in the Peel Village area. They're happy that a lot of the trees have been replaced. We had a lot of dead trees for some reason that got planted and didn't survive. I guess nobody was there to water them, I guess, in the parks. My question is carrying on from Councillor Singh's questions as well. When we've got trees that are 100-year-old plus, do we have a special category for them like we would century homes, for example? They are part of Brampton's history and culture just as much as a house. I mean, a tree that's lived through 2 world wars, for example. You know, how do we designate those as you don't touch those trees?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Bowman. To answer your question, today we do not have, a heritage tree list. That is something moving forward for the reasons you've stated as well. As many have said, the larger trees we want to preserve, and I think when we come back, these are some of the action items, strategic, getting staff to dig in a little deeper. If it's revisiting the tree preservation bylaw or introducing a new type of bylaw and partnering up with Heritage internally, to go down that road to protect the larger, so they're not cut down, for instance, in new development or any new sites. That is a priority moving forward.
Okay, and the only reason I ask is you drive down, for instance, through Shelburne, for example, if you've ever driven down there, those trees on the side of the road are immense. I wouldn't even want to guess how old some of those trees are. And I would hate to see trees like that on our development areas that are just cut down and houses put up there. So if we can do that. The second question I had was in terms of fruit trees, nut trees, are we looking at that? Councillor Willens and I brought this up in 2015, I guess, about fruit trees, and we were sort of told, no, we can't put fruit trees up. Somebody might eat a bad piece of fruit, and then they'll sue the city and things like that. But in terms of food security issues and things like that that have emerged over the past 3 or 4 years, are we looking at putting fruit trees or nut trees anywhere that, I know that the nut trees, for example, are very slow growing, but the fruit trees, are we looking at that in the future?
Through the chair, Councillor Bowman, yes. I mean, one specific action item moving forward is develop an urban forest products and food utilization program. And then it captures fruit trees as well. So finding the right place, having the people look into it, where it's going to survive, again, doing it right. And that's the reason why we're not going to not forward today, in the future, come back with a little organized approach. But that is one of the action items out of 36.
Perfect. Great job, and thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Singh, followed by Councillor Willens. Councillor Singh.
And just I remembered a couple of questions regarding the fruit trees. I think there are parks that have, whether it's seniors groups or neighborhood groups, maybe there's a process where community group offers to take care of the tree and the sort of their project. So that'd be very interesting to look at. Secondly, just thinking about circular economy, because I do walk around in my neighborhood a lot, and during this previous storm, I actually saw a lot of trees go down on city property, and there were some very old trees. What's the process when trees fall? Do we just where do they go after? I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Through the chair, Councillor Singh, great question. If a large tree comes down in a storm, our staff go to remove the debris. We will have an inspector go back to determine if it should be cut down or if it's a safety hazard. And at a last resort, I know all our arborists and inspectors want to preserve every tree. So they'll only be cut down if needed. The debris, if it happens to be cut down, for the most part, if it can be chipped like in a chipper, maybe 10 inches or less, it will be chipped into mulch. And where we can, we try to reuse that back in our parks and boulevards. And some of the larger wood can be, we've used them as park benches. So we try to put them back into the parks where possible as well. So we try to reuse whatever product we can. For the reasons like why we would get rid of it. So that's worked so far. That's something we're exploring further as well, if there's other things.
Yeah, it seems like that's the direction I was hoping we were going, and if there's any tightening up there, some of the trees I saw fall were very mature trees, like we don't need to cut them, they fell. But maybe, furniture or whatnot, if the city's not gonna use it, somebody else could. It's just
Correct.
An option we can look at. All right, thank you.
And through the chair, if you, Councillor Singh, sorry, if you do see the willow trees happen to fall, that's great because they tend to, wherever they fall, they just tend to grow again as well. So it's a win-win.
Thank you so much, Councillor Singh. Councillor Willen.
Thank you, through Chair. Just a quick comment. Yeah, I'm glad you brought the willow tree up because during this tree identification that we're going to do, I guess it's similar to what they do in New York City and other areas that can identify where street trees are. Is that going to include the invasive tree species as well, the non-native? Because that's an issue, and that's some of the trees have become dangerous. And like I know the willow. I mean, that last windstorm we had, I had 3 come down in my backyard, narrowly missing my wife. I was a little upset about that, but just wonder if that'll be identified as well in that report, because that's important too. Because getting that out to the public is very important, because we get a lot of calls from not just our area but other areas about, they're cutting these trees down, but a lot of times they could be invasive trees or they could be dangerous trees. So I think that should be part of the report as well. And then I guess
clarify what you're upset about. Missing your wife.
And then the final comment, I guess publicly we haven't congratulated you yet on your director's position, but I must say that you're looking more and more like our former director every day. Thank you.
I don't know if that's the shiny spot or the height, but either way, I'll take it as a pat on the back. But through the chair, I will speak to the tree inventory piece. I can let you know there's been some groundwork laid out with our own IT department over the last couple of years, and that is to mirror the New York model, which is a great, and so a lot of that is done. It's really capturing what trees we have to insert it into that model. At that time, then our residents will be able to see the carbon sequestering from the trees, seeing what trees on type is on their property, and to add in regards to non-native or invasive, yes. To determine the attributes, that would be an attribute that we would want to have. And again, one-stop shop, when we have that inventory, then we can just sort and figure out where the invasives are, where certain species are. Cross my fingers or knock on wood, if it happens to be another invasive species come in into Brampton and it happens to affect a certain species, we could just in the database to tell us where they are and sort of get ahead of the curve. So the tree inventory piece is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and great work, Ed and team, on this plan. It's fantastic. I see no further questions from members of committee. We do have a corresponding report, correct, Mr. Clerk? So we'll move them both at the same time. Moved by, who spoke first? Councillor Singh, to receive the presentation, and then moved by Councillor Willens to receive the report. Anyone opposed? Thank you. That motion carries. Congratulations, Ed and team. Next item on the agenda is 8.2.1, which we already dealt with on municipal fireworks. 8.2.2 was put into consent. 8.2.3, I believe, was also put into consent. 8.2.4 we dealt with just now. 8.2.5 we dealt with as the Community Safety Action Plan. 8.2.6 is an item that I held regarding Nurturing Neighborhoods program, and I actually shared some of my comments earlier. So I have no further questions about that report. Do any other members of committee have questions? Seeing none, motion moved by Councillor Vicente to receive the Nurturing Neighborhoods program update. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. 8.2.7 was put into consent. 8.3.1, the Sports Hall of Fame minutes in consent. 8.4.1, I think, was also in consent, Mr. Clerk. Correspondence?
It was received with the delegations.
Perfect, thank you. And councillor question period. Do any members of council have, or committee of council have any questions regarding community services? Seeing none. Public question period. Mr. Clerk, did we receive any questions from the public?
We have not, Chair Santos.
Thank you. I now hand it over to Councillor Bowman to chair Legislative Services.
Thank you very much for passing that through, Madam Chair. Legislative Services section 9.2.1, I believe, was in consent. 9.2.2, relocation of bingo country, that has been previously dealt with. 9.2.3, municipal election technology testing was in consent. 9.2.4, proposed adoption of new property standards bylaw was in consent. 9.2.5, surplus declaration of 0 Goreway Drive. Was that previously dealt with? Or did we leave that so that it would be taken in the course of coming through to it?
Of the latter, yes. So we need to deal with that now.
So staff report, surplus declaration of 0 Goreway Drive. Does anybody have any questions Yes.
It's related? So it's in camera. Ah.
Okay, no questions, Councillor? Okay.
Do you want to save it until in camera?
That was put into consent.
Oh. We don't
Yeah.
have in camera.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, so there is a related closed session item that's 15.3 on today's agenda, and that item has been held by Councillor Bowman at the time being.
I've already spoken to Diana, so I'm going to withdraw that when the time comes. So this is the only time to speak to that.
Maybe City Clerk, you can advise, it's certainly supporting it. It's just, in speaking with the organization, they would have, one of the ideas that came out, because they need to show the province of our commitment, notwithstanding the surplus, that an accompanying letter, written by the mayor on behalf of council showing support for the project by the city of Brampton.
So through the chair to Councillor Maderos, that the specifics of the use of the property are the subject of the closed session report. So we could, rather than withdraw it from consent, we could go in and just have that brief discussion and modify the recommendations, if you'd like.
Yeah, I don't need an official motion. I think it's just the organization would appreciate it because of some of the time issues they're having with the province. And similar to what we did with other long-term care facilities, it's just to have maybe
It's in camera.
So we'll just hold it till in camera?
15.3 was in camera.
So through you,
Yeah, I've already had it.
Chair Bowman, it is an in-camera report, but like the other two reports on closed session that are approved as part of the consent motion, 15.3 will have a public motion associated with it, so if it is released from going into closed and direction is given as set out in the report, there will be a public motion, and possibly as part of that motion, there could be further consideration of providing a letter.
Beautiful. So we'll continue to hold it then and just go into camera for the one item.
No, it's not required.
Oh.
So through you, Mr. Chair, if committee wants to release the hold on going into closed, there will be a public motion that will result from that, regardless, and then it can be discussed at the end, when we deal with closed session later in the meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we have that staff report. We can move that staff report. Councilor Maderos, will you move the report?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you. 9.2.6, the AMPS expansion. I believe that was also in consent. That brings us to 9.3, other new business. We had none. 9.4, there was no correspondence. 9.5, councillor question period. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Willens, are you still on the board or is that new? Okay, Councillor Willens.
Just a very quick question, and I'm not going to let JP get off the hook here without asking a question. I know a while ago we appointed 2 part-time officers. Can you just give us a quick update on how that's worked out and where we are on the fines, parking, where we are at this point in time compared to previous? Just quickly, because I know we appointed the 2 part-timers there. Sorry.
Councillor, I missed the first question. I was focusing on my email.
No, a while back we appointed, we gave authorization for you to put 2 part-time guys on there, and then just want to know, just a quick update, how that's worked out, how the parking infractions have increased, decreased, just over the same time last year, say?
Through the chair, our numbers of significantly higher than we were last year. I think we're at 2.5 million in fines for this year alone, so we're well ahead in terms of previous years. Our part-time staff have made significant dent in our parking related complaints. They're proactively attending every night, dealing with primarily time offenses, the 2 to 6 and 3 hours. So we're focusing our parking at night for the part-timers, so they deal with the 2 to 6 primarily. So, and they've issued the numbers I don't have in hand, but I think Paul, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, or through you, Mr. Chair. Helping JP out here, I just brought up the numbers. So I can tell you on parking fines issued, we're at today within the last 20 minutes, we are $3.1 million. In 2016, for whole of year, 2016, 15, and 14, we're only $3 million for the year. So we've doubled our output over the last few years. And I've said it before, that's certainly staffing, which we really appreciate, and it's technology that's helped us do that. In our issuance of tickets, we're up 48% over last year. We've given out 68,600 tickets. So we've really, our capacity has really gone up there. Our enforcement cases are up another 26%. So right across the board, we're up completely in enforcement, both reactively and proactively. The staffing increase that you gave us has made a dent. If you look at it, that you gave us 4 officers. 4 officers on part-time is roughly $120,000 to $140,000 a year for the whole 4 officers. If you look at their contribution to the $3.1 million, I think they're somewhere up around $400,000, $400,000 to $500,000 now. So they paid for themselves in the first month and a half. So it's certainly an investment that was well worth it for this particular case. And this is not a case of there's only so much parking enforcement. We could do more parking enforcement. We just have capacity to do what we're doing presently now. And don't think for a second that our property standards isn't as busy. I can give you numbers on that, and they're overloaded with work. But they're doing their job as well.
That's great, and so we expect come budget time working with council, and I see Ryan up there, and maybe we can look at getting more positions for our enforcement, because they're obviously, by doing this project with the part-times, it obviously shows that we can generate enough revenue to increase the staff and make the city not only safer, but less complaints at our offices. Thanks.
So through you, Mr. Chair, and I'll tell you, it's not as easy as just going out and having FTEs. Part-times are really essential to our job as well, because it's a very specific time of day we utilize them, and it's the nighttime. Yeah, we get them to go through there. And JP's got a really robust plan to start integrating them into the daytime slots as well, where we can go out and target specifically high violation areas. And we still are underutilizing, but we're getting better every day at the automatic vehicle, like the AVL, automatic vehicle license plate reader. But it really takes trained people to do that, and it takes time to do that, to run it out in the crowd. The part-timers are really a benefit for us when we start to do that, and it's really in earnest.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros, I saw you on the board. Did you?
Yeah, it was just unrelated, unrelated and related. When you talked about all the fines getting out, I know frustration in many municipalities is the collection of that after, and that's, I guess, a separate issue, but maybe a report coming back, or not a report, maybe an update in terms of any strategies we have to try to collect on this, and if you, what would be the outstanding amount that you might know, and you might not have that on the top of your head, so I don't want to put you in an unfair position.
Well, I can, through you, Mr. Chair, I can answer that anecdotally, and JP can bring a report back, but I can tell you, yeah, we don't get the whole $3.1 million today. We probably have somewhere between, and it's a loose estimate, somewhere between 50 and 70% return on that enforcement. And there's different ways to do it. There's collections, but there's also the automatic renewal of your license plate. You can't renew it unless you pay your fines. And the government's been pretty good. It used to be you just couldn't renew the plate. Now it's the owner with the DL who renews, because if you got unable to renew your plate, your wife would go out or your spouse would go out and get a new plate, and it sort of beat the system, and that's taken out. So there are some things, but we'll continue to look at how we do that. And we can also do increased fines, et cetera, for people who are prolific violators. So a whole different campaign, and I'm glad you brought it to our attention.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Medeiros. I see no other councillor questions. We have no public questions, I am told. So with that, we will close off this section, and I will pass the chair over to Councillor Medeiros to chair economic development.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman, and members of the committee. We are, I will bring up staff report, Welcome Streets pilot program. Are there any questions from members of the committee?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that item was received or approved on consent.
Oh, it was on thing? Okay, so then we go to Councillor question period. Any questions from members of the committee? I see none. Public question period. Public questions. Oh, I do see Councillor Singh. Oh, for the next one. Okay. Public question period. No. Okay. So I'll hand it over to Councillor Singh now, who will chair corporate services section.
Thank you, Chair Medeiros. Moving on with the corporate services section. 11.2.1 was put in consent. 11.2.2 was held by Councillor Bowman. Councillor Bowman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just held this because probably 2 or 3 years ago, we had a discussion on this, and I believe both Councillor Santos and I, if I'm not mistaken, were looking at the fee of $75, which has been steady for over 30 years. Yeah, since the 80s. And we were looking as to whether that could be increased or not, since every cost of every other thing has gone up, especially in this city in terms of all the services that we offer to any one of the students or anybody who stays in any of those beds. So I'm just wondering why the decision was made to maintain that $75, or is that coming from the province?
Through the chair, yeah, Councillor Bowman, that's coming from the province through Ontario regulation.
Oh.
So we have advocated, but we've had no response from the province.
Okay. Can we continue that that advocation? Can we write another letter, or can we bring it up at AMO? How do we do this? Because I think that's kind of absurd that we've kept that at $75 for over 30 years.
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Bowman, I believe AMO has it on the agenda for this conference this year. City of Toronto also had a recommendation or a resolution out on the same topic. We've had several other municipalities, jump on board with this, and you're correct. The City of Brampton had a letter out in 2020 that we worked on with Councillors Vicente and Santos. And speaking with government relations at the time, we didn't receive any response back that I'm aware of from the province. I know that colleagues in other municipalities as well, they seem to be very silent on making any response to the numerous municipalities and municipal organizations that have reached out to the province. And it's not just this one current government; it's been governments past. We were at $25 in 1970, at $20.50 in 1973, went up to $75 in 1987, and every government stripe has had a chance to look at this, and every municipality, particularly in '98, when we went to assessment reform and brought up to current value assessment. I don't have an answer as to why the province is reluctant to take another look at this. For some municipalities, it means a much more than it does to others. For Brampton, we're pulling in about $340,000 a year on the rate. If the rate had been, indexed according to the Consumer Price Index from 1987, it would be around $160 per bed or head, and we'd probably be looking at about double that now, or maybe a little bit more than double that on an annual basis. But of course, there are others like Toronto that have, $20 million that they're raking in on the heads and beds, and if it was to be doubled, it's a significant amount of money to them. But I just don't have an answer from why or where the province stands on maintaining a rate from 1987, when we all know that with the services that are being used from those institutions in our communities are certainly increased significantly from that date. Possibly, I understand that there's a meeting coming with the MPPs. That might be something that can be asked, because we don't seem to be getting a clear response as to why they're maintaining that rate. And I know that this issue comes up very frequently on an annual basis when we see these reports, and there it is, $75 since 1987. I just want you to be aware that it's not just here. There's many other municipalities and their councils that have advocated, and just I can't seem to find anyone to give me a straight answer as to why they're maintaining such a dated and clearly unfair rate.
Okay, and Martin, I don't remember, we probably did ask the question, but I don't remember what the response was. Does this tax or surtax, whatever you want to call it, does it also include the 70 diploma granting institutions that are in the city as well?
So it's only for publicly funded institutions. So I know we have a number of schools or educational institutions that provide courses, but those particular properties, they're assessed in the commercial class and they pay property tax.
Okay.
So they're not really benefiting from having that heads and beds rate. They're paying based on the value of whatever property is that they're either owning or renting.
Okay, thanks very much, and I'm hoping Andreas was listening wherever he was, and we can add this to the delegations at AMO as well as to the conversations with the MPPs when they're here. So thank you very much, appreciate that.
Sure.
Awesome. I don't see any other, Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Just to add to what Councillor Bowman had shared, I know that in the last in-person AMO conference in 2019, we brought this up specifically, and in some of the other advocacy efforts with MPPs directly, but also even at the region, I've brought up this time and time again and have heard other municipalities do the same. And I'm wondering, through GR, because Martin, this is comms is not necessarily finance, but through GR and even through Stratcom, if we can start to consider some sort of statement or an op-ed from the City of Brampton or Mayor that talks specifically about this and how municipalities are being shortchanged. It's literally that's what we're being shortchanged on this particular thing. So I just wanted to add that as a consideration as we go into AMO in August and start advocating to our newly elected MPPs, one of whom used to sit here and knows this issue very well. Thanks.
Thank you, and I don't see anybody else, so I'll have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 11.2.3, staff report regarding 2021 corporate asset management plan. That is something I held. I just wanted to have a high-level overview of where we are with the plan. And secondly, what changed from the last update, and are we on schedule for phase 2 in 2024?
Through the chair, Councillor, thank you for your question. I'll pass on some of the details to our consultants that we're working with on the corporate asset management plan, but very briefly, just wanting to confirm that we are on target to meet our commitments and the regulation in due time. The main update that we have brought in this corporate asset management plan update compared to the previous one is the first one focused more on an overall update and the financial portion of it, whereas this update here, phase 2, focused more on the strategies of how do we approach our corporate asset management going forward, what are the different lenses that we looked at the assets from, and the framework that will be used going forward based on the different metrics that we have. Saying that, I will just pass it on to Andrew from our consultants, Hemson, to add to that.
Thanks, Nash, and through members of council on the question. Quite frankly, Nash, you put it exactly right. This update and what we have in front of you today is a relation and update to what we had prepared in December or November of 2021. That was a phase 1 report in 2021, which focused on the kind of state of the infrastructure, asset maturity, data maturity, and the financing strategy and full life cycle model with some indications of future improvements. This builds on this to kind of comply and kind of round out the requirements of the legislation for all the policy components as it relates to things such as level of service, demand management, risk management. So more on the framework side and setting up the city to kind of move forward for the 2024 and 2025 deadline. So certainly the more robust version is here today, but no changes to the results that have been provided to council in November for those budget deliberation purposes.
Okay, and we're on schedule, I guess I heard from Nash, for the 2024 goals in phase 2 as well?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, that was all my questions. So I'll have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to approve the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on, 11.2.4 was a staff report regarding flag policy update. That's been in consent. 11.2.5 was a staff report regarding Advanced Brampton Fund 2023 program framework. That was held by me. Did you have a question, Councilor Bowman? We're gonna. Yeah, you can go first then.
Okay, thanks very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. For the Advanced Brampton Fund, oh, sorry, Kelly. So for the Advanced Brampton Fund, what did it include and what was the cutoff date for the Advanced Brampton Fund? Who could have applied to that? Other than the big groups. Where were the smaller groups applying? Was it this fund?
Sorry, through the chair, Councilor Bowman, just to confirm, you're asking about the 2022 Advanced Brampton Fund program? Sure. So eligibility for Advanced Brampton Fund is small, unincorporated groups that have bylaws, a volunteer board, nonprofit, registered nonprofits within the city of Brampton, and registered charities within the city of Brampton.
Okay, so some of the seniors groups, they've been asking, and I was out actually with one of the seniors groups last night, and they were asking about the cutoff dates, about the Advanced Brampton funds or the previous fund, I forget what it was called, where they could get funds for their community events. And the reason they were asking was because they said the cutoff date was March. So I guess cutoff date was for the previous year was March. And in March, we still hadn't lifted COVID protocols yet. So none of them applied for any of their events that they're going to be having this summer and throughout the fall. So the question they were asking me is, because they didn't know COVID was going to be lifted, they couldn't plan for their events, but now that COVID's lifted and they're having their events,
they're still looking
for but there's no funding available for them now. So is there any way we can assist them?
Through the chair, that is a good question. I will have to think about that. We had more applicants to the 22 program than we even had funding to begin with, without sort of this additional consideration for those who perhaps now realize that there's a good opportunity to plan events. And of course, we want to see that in the city of Brampton. So if I could take that back with our team to see if there is the potential of a reallocation of fund or a reopening of a emerging program stream in 2022, I think we could bring back a consideration. I can't answer that today, unfortunately.
Okay, and I hope you understand, it's just a lot of these seniors groups, their major event that they have is their summer picnic or their fun fairs, I guess they call them. And they're not having them this year, or they're funding them themselves to a much greater extent, and they're going to be much smaller than they would. So when I met with them last night, I said, I'm happy to bring it up. We'll find out tomorrow. We can have a discussion on it. So if we can sort of figure that out and figure out something that we can do for them. We all have our budgets that we can give them, $250, $300, but some of these events cost them $5,000, $6,000 depending on what they have, kids, activities and stuff. So if you could, do we need a motion for that, or will you just take that as a?
Through Chair, we'll take it as a suggestion if we can, as opposed to a motion, and I'm thinking of some creative ways, as we said. So
perfect. Okay,
I can work with Kelly.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, and I had held this item for exactly the same thing. So my concern was also the smaller clubs. They're technically emerging, but they don't need to up to $5,000. So the ones I'm referring to, we had a program before. I think they would sign. It was an application, one page on the front, one page in the back, and they could get $500 for their local community barbecue or whatnot. And I know we changed to this program. But they were able to do it like a month before their programs, right? So, I know there's reasons we moved to this direction, but there are a lot of issues. We're missing a lot of people by moving to this, especially a lot of people who can't fill out these online applications. We've had issues with that, and they don't need to apply for $5,000 or even $1,000. They just need $500 to help with food or set up a barbecue. They pay for most of it themselves. So I don't want to bring changes. Councilor Bowman is discussing something a little bit different, continue it for the groups that, have decided maybe for this year to still go through. But moving forward, is there, because I was referring to 2023, maybe we could talk about this at budget, and if we want to add another stream for those micro neighborhood programs. It doesn't have to be a lot of money, and it doesn't need to be a complicated application. Complicated for some of the residents. I understand what we're trying to do. Yeah, so maybe we can have that during budget time, because I know it'll be a budget hit. Okay, so I just wanted to bring that up. I won't put a motion. We'll continue this discussion as well. I'll have Councilor Bowman move the staff report and all the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on, 11.2.7 was held by Councilor Bowman. Staff report regarding culture master plan phase 1 update.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. And Kelly, all I was looking for was just like a brief presentation overview of what's going on.
Of course, through the chair, I'm happy to provide that. And apologies, I didn't have a presentation to go with the report today, but I will provide a quick verbal overview. So some highlights from the 2018 to 2022, which is what we consider phase 1 of the implementation of the Culture Master Plan. Council approved the startup of the new Arts, Culture and Creative Industry Development Agency, and it's now progressing through incubation and providing significant sector support. Sponsorship raised over $800,000 from the private sector to support specifically festivals and events, performing arts and tourism during this 3-year time period. We were able to access over $6 million in provincial and federal grant funding to support arts, culture, and tourism initiatives between 2019 and 2022. We delivered $5.5 million in grant funding to the community, and that was in support of what we're talking about today, community activations in our nonprofit and unincorporated community groups. We were able to launch 4 new funding programs. Advanced Brampton Fund was launched in 2020. The Marquee Festivals and Sports Events were launched in 2020. The COVID Relief for Artists and Arts Organizations were launched in 2021. And COVID Recovery for Individual Artists was launched and delivered in 2022. During this time period, Council approved our first 5-year Performing Arts Strategic Plan, as well as our first 5-year tourism strategy. The corporate events portfolio increased from 55 corporate events when we approved the Culture Master Plan, and are now delivering 83, so a significant growth in our corporate events portfolio here at the City of Brampton. We've had significant investment in our public art portfolio. We've benefited from using established budgets in other departments where there is goal alignment. Good examples are the relationship and partnership we had with Brampton Fire for Station 211, with the integrated downtown program team for the downtown storefronts and traffic control boxes on Queen Street. And what you have in front of you today is the proposed Williams Parkway enhancements, which also includes some integration of art in the public realm. Our 2022 to 2023 performing arts season includes 91 opportunities for Brampton artists. This is up 40% from when we approved the Culture Master Plan in 2018. So this represents significant growth and opportunities for those early and mid-career artists in Brampton. These include 2 really important showcases. This is Brampton, that is presented at the Rose, and Brampton Next Up showcase, which was just held in Toronto as part of the North by Northwest East North by Northeast in downtown Toronto at the Rivoli. Experience Brampton launched their new brand and identity, and under the Arts Walk of Fame program, we inducted Williams Perkins Bull, Zarka Nawaz, Director X, Rupi Kaur, Ian Williams, and we will be inducting Denise Jones on July 31st into the Brampton Arts Walk of Fame. And staff gave us direction to explore new options for the Arts Walk of Fame legacy site in downtown. So we're really excited to be doing that as part of the Downtown Reimagine and Integrated Plan. What the report also talks about, which I think is really important today, is that there's really three broad overarching themes of where we're leaving phase one and going into phase two. So the first one is that there's really continued demonstrated support for arts and culture by not only cultural consumers, but those artists and producers and supporters. And that, you know, is showcased in the artists that are showing up for ACETA programming. We have over 1,000 participants already this year in their programs, and we're only in June. It showed up in the 2021 Nurturing Neighborhoods survey when the citywide survey results stated that of the thing you'd like to see in your neighborhood, arts and culture was number one, and festivals and events was number two. So we continuously hear that from the community. And that private sector sponsorship, the fact that that takes up the revenue that comes in for sponsorship is 46% of the total revenue and sponsorship at the city is for arts, culture, and tourism, really shows that there is interest and alignment with the work we're doing and what corporate sponsors and corporate partners are interested in supporting at the city. The second of the sort of overreaching themes is really the need to increase cultural investment in Brampton. This is, I know we've talked about it in 2019, I know we talked about it a few weeks ago when I was here in front of council, but this report details a little bit further where we are and where we would like to be going in order to meet sort of the aspirational goals that the city has for arts and culture and the integration of arts and culture into economic development and city planning and all those other great things that we really should be setting a target to reach. It is a long-term goal, it's not an immediate solution, but if we want to direct funding in really important places like the community grant program and cultural space infrastructure, then we really do need to prioritize arts and culture funding. What I'd like to do is bring back to you at budget time a more robust phase two implementation of the Culture Master Plan that, to Councillor Medeiros' point a couple of weeks ago, that has some really clear KPIs so that we can very clearly monitor how the impact of that investment, what the impact of that investment is doing in the community. And I think that we'll do that more on an annual basis going forward so that council and members of the community are very clear on how the city is advancing the portfolio and the impact that it's having in the city. And the third sort of overarching theme of the update is that there's a critical shortage of cultural infrastructure in the city of Brampton. Right now, we are actively developing a creative space strategy and action plan, so it's not just work to develop a strategy, but it's also the implementation at the same time. I want to be really, make a commitment that we are looking at immediate solutions as well as mid and long term, and that we're working with our partners in real estate, in heritage, in parks and recreation, to use a cultural lens on city spaces and really think about how we can activate and accelerate opening space and access for our artists, while at the same time we're looking at the mid and long term about more significant investment in cultural infrastructure, like a dedicated arts hub, like a dedicated home for the arts agency, perhaps in a future a dedicated municipal gallery, how we integrate with some of the big capital projects like the Center for Innovation. So we are actively pursuing that, and we'll bring that forward to you as part of our annual budget process. I think that's it as far as sort of an overview of what's captured in the report. When the Culture Master Plan was first approved by Council, it didn't have an implementation plan outside of just the 47 actions. And so what I tried to put in front of Council today was an update on where they were within that 10-year strategy, if they've been complete, if they're ongoing, or a future plan. So I hope that gives a bit more context of where we are at implementation. And my commitment to you is that on an annual basis, we'll bring forward a more robust presentation and update.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman?
Yeah, thank you. I accidentally took myself
Yeah,
off. So, Kelly, you mentioned the COVID relief
Yes.
for the artists.
Yes.
How many artists took part in that, and what was the dollar value or average dollar value that we were able to provide each of those artists with?
If you can give me one moment.
Yeah, no problem.
Councillor Bowman, I have. I'm not sure that I have the details in front of me, but I'm going to tell you what I do know. In the 2021 program year, it was a council-approved program, a $150,000 value, and I believe it was up to $2,000.
Yeah.
Yes, per artist to focus on recovery of their arts practice.
Okay.
And it was done in partnership with the agency. So there was some contribution from Cultural Services financially, as well as a contribution from the agency. So this was not a new ask for funding. This was a reallocation of funds coming out of COVID times.
Yeah, no, the only thing I was wondering was the $2,000, because I
Yes.
know that certainly is not a lot of money for artists, especially when they're struggling to begin with. So I'm just wondering whether we're going to be looking at that. I hope nothing like COVID happens again, but I mean, if you're an artist and you're depending on that as your living and you get $2,000, that goes pretty quick. So that was my one question. The other question was, two questions actually, and you touched on one, Kelly. Did you guys get involved with the urban forestry and that competition because those are some pretty good little artists they got there?
Through the chair, we weren't directly involved in that. However, I loved seeing that today. I love the idea of the integration of artwork into some of our city plans and processes. And perhaps Ed and I can talk about how we highlight or link our, online public art over to their online urban forestry design competition.
Yeah, and the only reason I ask that is because this year was probably the first year in a long time that I don't know whether for Public Works Day we've had a young artist draw a picture, and I'm not sure whether we had one this year. No. So that's a good opportunity to integrate it with some of the other departments we've got as well. And you did mention about the desperate need we have for space. Are we still using Central School for art space at all, or is that rented out now as facility?
Through the chair, on Alexander Street, that is used as a recreation facility, and they do deliver arts and culture programming to residents there.
Okay, but it's not space that can be.
At this point, that is not space, no. Dedicated to sort of rental space for the arts and culture community, but it does deliver really important community level, students, kind of hobbyist programming, and we would encourage the continuation of that.
Okay, so that being said, how are we working with other departments to find areas where we've got the space that's underutilized now and that can be utilized that way?
Through the chair, we actually have a working group right now, a cross-departmental working group that has representatives from basically anybody who has access to space or access to knowledge about space, so including our realty department, facilities and operations, parks and recreation, heritage, planning. And so we have a very robust chart in front of us now, matrix, of those spaces that are currently vacant or perhaps underutilized. We're looking at how to reoccupy or the readaptive use of some of these spaces and better understanding what the costs are associated. You had shared earlier about the OPP property and really understanding what remediation would look like to make that a usable space. So all of that work is underway right now. As I sort of talked about where are the immediate things, how do we unlock things like spaces in City Hall or other spaces, how do we make them more accessible for artists and the arts communities? We have lots of ideas about how we're going to do that, and we're really looking to accelerate some of those that we can move quickly on while we're working on some of those bigger adaptive reuse and reoccupation strategies.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. We had Councillor Santos online and then Councillor Williams. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much. So sounds like, and according to the update for phase one, we've done a lot of work in the arts, a lot of work in the arts, and folks should be very proud of that. And in terms of budget-wise moving forward to phase two, just to be very clear, I think that what we're hearing from council is support for the arts. And I think that in the budget coming forward, we should not shy away from pushing for support for the arts, because you just shared with us that the sponsorship coming to the city, 40% of that sponsorship is coming to the arts and events, and that's with a very limited budget. Yeah. That being said, the per capita amount that Brampton spends on the arts, can you just clarify for us one more time how much that is?
So the per capita expenditure in arts in Brampton, I'm just going to go back to my report because it's, and apologies, through the chair.
Okay. I think it was $16 or something. I could be wrong.
Okay, I've got it in front of me. So through the chair, the per capita investment in arts and culture we looked at in 2018. That was one of the, 2019. It was one of the first directives of the Culture Master Plan. So at that time, Hill Strategies, we engaged Hill Strategies, we looked at that number. And what that came out to in 2018 was $18.06. Mm-hmm. So that is including the operating and capital for all facilities, programs, and staff that are directly engaged in delivering arts, culture, and tourism services here at the City of Brampton. The benefit of this update today is that I can use the same data set from 2018 to showcase where we are now here in 2021. And while we increased our operating expenditures towards arts and culture because of the growth of the population during that same time period, our actual per capita investment has dropped slightly to $17.13.
So despite all the work that we have done in the arts, our per capita spend has dropped. And then my next question is how much of that per capita spend is also to support the Rose Theatre?
So a significant portion would be because they are a major component of our arts, culture, and tourism delivery here in the city. So a significant amount of our capital expenditures go to not only the Rose, but Cyril Clark, Lester B. Pearson, and Garden Square, because Garden Square is a venue of the performing arts team, as well as the operations and management and programming of those. So they are a significant portion of that. It's also important to know that the performing arts team is also a significant generator of revenue, as well as through ticket sales, but revenue when we look at our ability to access grants provincially and federally. A lot of that money does come directed to those venues.
Mm-hmm. And it's a beautiful space.
It's a beautiful
space. We've got
space.
amazing programming coming up this season. But that being said, even though it's gone down again, I have to reemphasize that the return on investment is significant for Brampton, despite even our per capita going down. So I guess my point is that the more we invest in the arts, the more return we're going to get. And so when opportunities, like public art or various other things like the monuments that everybody wants to build, etc., you need staff, yes? You need support.
Through the chair, we need the right. Yes, we need the right sort of system in place. We need the right support. We need the appropriate and relevant expertise. We need the people that can be on the ground delivering programs and services that do the activations, and we need the people who are able to support things like the cultural planning and the strategy and the implementation. So yes.
Thank you. And then two other questions I have are, how integrated is the Culture Master Plan? How essential is it to integrate the Culture Master Plan throughout the organization, i.e. does it just stand on its own, or should we be expecting of every single department to take part in implementing the Culture Master Plan?
Through the chair, from my view, the Culture Master Plan is a citywide strategic priority. There's certainly dedicated arts, culture, and tourism sort of staff and resources at the city. However, I do believe that it is appreciated and aligned with others. We have really good working relationships with all departments here at the city, and I do believe that as culture consumers ourselves, as individuals, we understand the value of arts and culture and want to help amplify that. I think there's greater integration going forward. I think public art's a really good example of how successful we can be when we have those departments that are willing to identify and put some of their capital resources, which are much more significant than we have alone in arts and culture. So yes, I would suggest it is a citywide priority.
Thank you very much, Kelly. And so to all the various commissioners on the front bench, I implore you again to please consider supporting our arts in Brampton in your various projects as much as possible. And please do not forget the opportunities that might come up because of it. Final question is about space.
Yes.
So Councillor Baldwin brought up supporting individual artists, which is important and great, but at the same time, we're also trying to create an ecosystem of arts. In the same way we're creating an ecosystem of innovation in Brampton, we need an ecosystem that supports the arts as well, and I think arts needs a home. And so is there an update as to where the home may be specifically for ACEDA and or an arts hub?
Through the chair, there's a lot of ongoing conversation with that. It's a project we've been working on for a couple of years now. While we understand that there are municipal spaces and sometimes bigger projects take bigger priorities, we had identified early in the Culture Master Plan that the Civic Center was sort of the preferred location. However, there are other priorities for Bramalea, and right now we're looking at how we can occupy space in the downtown on an immediate basis while we explore some of those vacant city spaces like OPP and other heritage buildings that are in the downtown or throughout the city. So I can't commit today on knowing where the location will be. However, that's an ongoing discussion and one that seems to be gaining momentum today, and hopefully in the next month or so we'll have an update on the next.
Okay, perfect. And so then I'm going to ask, in addition to supporting the Culture Master Plan update, happy to receive the report, but I will ask and provide maybe some direction to staff through the CAO and through you, Kelly, to provide that update within the next month as to where we are for the space for ACEDA, so that we have a little bit more clarity. And I just don't want to drop the ball there, because I want to make sure that arts are supported in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I think CAO Morrison has some comments to add.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. We will endeavor to get that report done. The complicating factor here is, and Kelly alluded to the OPP building as one of the objects of our attention, is we want to fulfill the needs of the community by putting them in space. It's complicated by the fact that a lot of the places we are looking at, buildings we have, et cetera, are not in use for particular reasons, such as the OPP building that has been used for years and years and years. So we jump at these opportunities to fill them. The opportunity comes with costs. The OPP building needs remediation, and I think the last time I asked, because I looked at it for a function, I think we were $3+ million to remediate the building. So we have to look at what's financially available for us as well out there. So it might take a little longer, or we might not have a complete report for you, because we are still doing assessments of property out there. And that's the complicated piece for me, is we got to find something that's affordable for both the city and for the groups coming to it.
Thank you. Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. No, I was going to specifically ask something about the Arts Walk of Fame. I think that's Veronica's, or is that Victoria's?
Through the chair, you can speak to me through
Well, it was more
Yeah.
specifically because I know that we were going to change some of the criteria to getting into the Walk of Fame. I think I was talking to Victoria about it earlier, I guess it was more specific to, yes, it's nice to put big names in there, but also what are they doing coming back? Are they contributing back to our community? Because there's people in there that I've never even heard of, and I've never seen them, but we know they were famous. But there's people also in town that have been doing stuff now on the radio and everything else that still live and breathe Brampton. So I just wanted to ask that, but I can take it offline. We don't have to elaborate on it here.
Through the chair, I can respond to that very quickly, Councillor Willens. We brought a report in front of council for the Arts Walk of Fame that sort of talked about program delivery, how we wanted to see it in the future, as well as that legacy site. So there is a Arts Walk of Fame nomination working group that will be meeting for the first time in September. This is the first time we'll have a collective group. The intent is for this sort of collective watch list that will be generated, and certainly there's some of the names that members of council have provided previously, the community has shared, will go on to that. But we do recognize that there's a bit of a gap between Citizens Ward's Arts Acclaim and Arts Walk of Fame as sort of a next level of professional applause. So we're looking at that and understand. But certainly the Arts Walk of Fame is proceeding as planned with that watch list, and we're hopeful to be back to you in early 2023 with the next list of inductees.
Yeah, okay, because that part of it, I know there's kind of a crossover between the citizens group and the Walk Arts of Fame, but there's certain members like Donato, and he was media, so people are saying, why is he in it? There's also people that are radio personnel that could be in there. So it's kind of, so as long as it's clear and there's a working group now coming forward, then that's good. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willens, and I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to approve the recommendations and receive the report. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on, 11.4.1 was put in consent. Is there any councillors who have any questions? Seeing and hearing none, I'll move on to public question period to Clerk Fay. Are there any questions from the members of the public?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are none.
Okay, so I will pass it on to Councillor Vicente for the Public Works and Engineering section.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, our next item is held by Councillor Singh regarding the staff report on Brampton Transit Interregional Fare and Services Integration Initiative Update, item 12.2.1. Councillor.
Thank you, and thank you for this. I know we're working with Milton Transit on this, but I just wanted to quickly get some updates. We've been also trying to work with York, I believe, for the York University for fare integration. So just wanted some quick updates and how things are moving along.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The Milton is the one thing, and it further does a service integration with the 905, which is a good news story, I believe, for not only our customers, but for Milton as well. As for the service integration with York University, we continue the advocacy, working with the fare and service integration committees that the province was heading, and again now until the new ministries are put in place, we'll continue those discussions. We are also working with York University, and York University has provided the province with letters as well in support of the service integration. We've been dealing with TTC on many fronts. However, right now we don't have any positive news that it's showing traction with the province helping to fund some of that service integration into York U, especially with the 501A and C. So staff will continue the advocacy efforts. If we fail to do so, then we will be coming back to council and looking at potentially re-implementing the services on the 501A and C, which is not the best of outcomes. However, it's an outcome that best serves our customers at this time.
Yeah, I think we have till about September. I know that's tight, but that's when school starts again. And so I think the young people are looking for, integration or the line. So I know you're trying your best and continue to try. And if there's anything we can help out with, let us know. It is important, especially for our young people. They really need that one.
and through the chair, absolutely, Councillor Singh. I mean, there's always the option of getting to York University. It's the double fare with TTC that is the issue. We feel that there's a strong pilot objective here that the province can leverage with the infrastructure they've invested in the subway. However, that's not there yet. However, staff, September, you're right, September is a return to school, but we need to plan and for that service well in advance, up to 8 weeks in advance. So we are coming close to having to make that decision sooner than later.
Perhaps maybe, I don't need to pass a motion for a letter because we already sent a letter. but resending a letter to the Brampton MPPs, especially because they just got newly elected and there's some new faces. Perhaps that would be wise to get out in the next couple of days so they're well aware. And then we have AMO as well coming up, so we can try to bring it up there and maybe apply some pressure. Otherwise, if it doesn't happen, it is what it is.
And through the chair, we can certainly work with our GR group and ensure that we get some type of letter out to our MPPs on that matter.
Thank you. I'll move the report as well.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to move the reports. Everyone in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. So next we'll move to item 12.2.4, a staff report on the enhancement of Williams Parkway, including themes and other options from McLaughlin Road to Dixie Road in Ward 1, 5, and 7. This was held by Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I've had my questions answered already, so I don't need to ask any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor. So I'll ask if someone can move the report. Councillor Santos, we have this report being moved by Councillor Santos. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Next, we have item held by Councillor Santos, 12.2.7, staff reports on the Riverwalk update and urban design master plan. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a very quick question on the update here. It's just, do we have any information on how it's going with the agreements and progress with the federal government, as well as the TRCA, because this is a joint project with the TRCA in particular, and just wondering, I know that to move forward we have to be signing various agreements with these partners.
Certainly I can provide an update, Councillor Santos, through you, Chair. It's Michael Harrell. There are a number of agreements that were associated with this project. We've got the main agreement with the federal government, and I would say we were in the finishing stages of this. It has been a long road simply because of the need to work on lands that the city does not own to implement parts of this project. There were requirements for very restrictive agreements with parties who will be owning and operating assets at the end of this, namely the Canadian Railway and Toronto Region Conservation Authority. And we've been back and forth over many months with the federal government trying to simplify what these agreements would be. And I'm happy to see that I think we're there, and we should be seeing the final version of those agreements for execution by the government of Canada and the city. And that would open the door for us to get reimbursed for the funding. There is also the need for agreements with the TRCA, given that they will be continuing to own parts of the channel, and possibly through conveyance of properties that we're going to be acquiring to build the expanded channel, they may be owning more than is currently being owned right now. As part of the works, we will need to ensure that the flood protection works are maintained during the term of the funding agreement, which specifies there should be no disposal of assets for, I think, 20 years following construction. I don't perceive that the TRCA would have any issues with that, given that we're partners in the delivering on the flood remediation mandate. I'm not so sure that we can speak on behalf of the Canadian National Railway on this aspect, but it is definitely something that we will have to be working on. Prior to about a month ago, we were really under the impression from the Government of Canada's representatives that all of these agreements had to be secured before we got the main agreement executed. That is now not the case. It's been verified, but the process forward has been simplified, and hence, we've been told that we can execute the master agreement, and then during the course of design, we will get the chance to work on the non-owned land agreements that are required with the TRC and Canadian National.
Okay, thank you. So some of those agreements hopefully will be finalized soon, because I would hate for the project to be delayed because of not being able to get those agreements executed.
We don't anticipate any delays at this time. The master agreement from DMAF will be executed soon, will be ready for execution soon. The TRC is already working on a form of the agreement for the non-owned land rights that we would need for building the flood channel. And we've also already started talking to Canadian National Railway. That is a little bit more complicated, but they've said that they will be, committed to developing the appropriate agreements if the city does the work or they do the work, just to ensure that the covenants and the warranties on the works to be done required by the Government of Canada are respected and provided.
Okay, thank you. My final question on this one is, now that we have a new provincial government in place, is this also going to be included, because the province hasn't really committed to helping to fund the Riverwalk at this point? And so just a question on how we're going to put pressure on the provincial government to also put in some money as well for this project.
So our colleagues at Government Relations always, ask us for input on any funding opportunities, whether it's AMO or any other source. And we're always happy to advocate and promote Riverwalk as a very valuable and substantial opportunity for the provincial government to invest in, and we'll continue to do so. I can't say that the way forward on that is very clear at this point in time, but certainly we will, maximize our efforts in every corner to get additional contributions.
Okay, thank you. And I know that when we were advocating for the various candidates in the provincial election, Riverwalk was one of the priorities. And so hopefully we will see it on the agenda as we delegate at AMO as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Just a quick comment from myself as Chair of Works. It's a beautiful plan. Thanks to everyone involved in this project and bringing it to this stage. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the report. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. And so with that, we move to councillor question period. Do any members have questions with regards to Public Works?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just before we move to that, there's the Environment Advisory Committee minutes. I know they were referred to earlier, but committee hasn't approved those. 12.3.1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Moved by councillor Willens. All in favor, any opposed? And those, so that carries.
And those, it's approving them as amended because it was amended earlier in the meeting.
Any further questions in that regard? We'll just call for a vote again. All in favor, any against? That carries. Next, we have public question period. Mr. Clerk, are there any questions from members of the public?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Very good. So with that, we move on to item 13.1, the referred matters list. Do any members have questions with respect to the referred matters list on today's agenda? Seeing none, we now move on to closed session. Mr. Clerk, please advise us on the items that we've held for closed session.
So through you, Mr. Chair, there were 3 items on the closed agenda. 15.1 and 15.2 were approved as part of the consent motion, so the directions therein are deemed to be given as part of that consent motion. Councillor Bowman has held 15.3, so committee can resolve to move into closed session to deal with that item unless Councillor Bowman wants to release the item.
Yeah, I've got my information during the lunch break, so I'm fine with not going to camera on it.
So then, thank you, Councillor Bowman. Through you, Mr. Chair, what committee can do is just pass a motion now not to move into closed session, but deem directions given as set out in item 15.3. And after that carries, then we do have public motions that arise from 15.1, 15.2, and 15.3, and we'll bring those forward for committee's consideration. So the first motion would be just to the committee to deem not to go in the necessity to go into closed session, and deem that item 15.3, the direction set out in that report, in that item, be deemed to be given to staff.
And thank you, Mr. Clerk. So that is moved by Councillor Bowman. All in favor, any opposed? That carries.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. And then just in a moment, we'll, sorry, who is the mover again? Just that we, Councillor Bowman? Thank you. So now we'll move on to the public motions arising from the closed session reports. The first is in regard to item 15.1, which is a proposed meeting exception under section 239 to, can you just scroll up a moment, please? 2C and K of the Municipal Act. and the public motion is on the screen for committee's consideration in public session.
May I have a mover for the motion? Councillor Bowman. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor, any opposed? Councillor Medeiros, please.
Sorry, just to add an amendment per request from Indus and, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. I'll take my thing out there.
Councillor Medeiros, are you speaking?
No.
You're not speaking. So again, any questions from members? Seeing none, we have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Mr. Clerk.
The next item is 15.2, which is an open meeting exception under section 239 2A, F, and K of the Municipal Act. And the public motion resulting from the direction given in the report is on the screen.
Thank you. Members of the committee, the motion is on the screen. I need a mover. Moved by Councillor Willens. Any questions? All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Mr. Clerk.
And the final item from closed session is 15.3, for which there are 3 public motions for consideration. And I believe Councillor Medeiros would like to speak to this item.
Councillor Medeiros.
Just quickly, my apologies, members of the committee. Just an amendment requesting that the mayor provide a letter on behalf of council, which I think will help Indus in terms of their conversations with the province. Essentially, the letter would show our fulsome support in any way the corporation can provide support. You know, whatever way they want to word it, dealing with legal and everything else.
So that will be clause 4 for the public motion.
Could we just add, if I could, to the resolution that it would be subject to review by legal services? We just want to make sure that what we put in there is...
And the intent is just to show the province that we are going to support them the best way we can, that their staggered timelines, you know, should not be a cause for concern for the province.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. So we have the 4 clauses moved by Councillor Medeiros. Any questions? All in favor, any opposed? And so now that carries. Thank you.
That concludes the necessary motions from closed session, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you, members of committee and staff, for today's meeting. We are now adjourning the meeting, but our next regular meeting of Committee Council will be on Wednesday, September the 7th, 2022. I have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to adjourn. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries.